FC. Apologize for the delay in starting this morning. We had some issues unrelated to the case to attend to and a couple of things related to the case that needed to be addressed off the record. The first of which is that this morning the court became aware of a concern raised by a juror that they had been caught on the camera yesterday and expressed that concern to the bailiff. Based on a discussion with counsel and agreement of the parties, we resolved that by individually questioning each juror about whether they had any concerns about their continued service or how the trial is being run. None of the jurors expressed any concern about continuing to serve as jurors in this case, and all were willing to proceed. First, let me ask the attorneys if they believe that's a fair and accurate representation of that issue.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else that you would like to fill in that I missed that you believe is necessary to create an appropriate record?
No, thank you.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. The second is that my understanding is that the parties have been through a number of exhibits and have some additional stipulations with respect to admissibility to place on the record.
That's correct, Your Honor. I believe we would be stipulating to Exhibit 74, 78, and 79, 81, 82, 83, 84, and 85, 209, 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, 215, 216, 217, 218, 220, and 260. And I believe 219, we are stipulating to that with a caveat, or?
Yes, I placed my objection, or I'd like to place my objection on the record. We discussed it in chambers for 219 approximately at 15:13:12 to 15:14:27. We had asked that that be redacted because it involves hearsay. Court issued a ruling that it's needed for context, and so we proposed a possible jury instruction that I believe the court is going to be giving it as it relates to that. But given that objection has been resolved and not in our favor, that is part of the record, so we don't require the government to lay a foundation for that video.
Okay.
And I would just indicate, Your Honor, the stipulation, there are numerous body cams, hundreds of hours, and so we stipulated to what we believed were admissible and relevant to this case, Your Honor.
Yes, we examined all the body cameras that were proposed by the government for essentially Musser issues, addressed those with the government back and forth for a number of weeks, and that has led to the stipulations articulated by Ms. Wise.
Okay. And just for clarity's sake, so I understand, in addition to stipulating on the things that are coming in, you're also in agreement on what is being left out?
Correct.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else we need to address for the record then before we bring our jury in?
No, thank you.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. You may be seated. Okay, people may call their next witness.
The people would call Zach Bach.
Good morning, Mr. Bond. Before you sit down, I'll ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Okay, you can go ahead and sit down. Please try to keep your voice up so that we can all hear you.
Good morning. Can you state your full name and spell it for the record?
Zachary Christopher Bach, Zachkery, Christopher Bock,
Okay, thank you. How did you know Dee Warner?
Dee was my mom.
Okay. How close were you with your mom?
Extremely close. We talked, saw each other just about every day.
All right. Explain that to me. How did you talk to her?
We'd talk through text message, phone call, Snapchat, or we'd see each other in person.
All right. How often did you see each other in person?
I worked for her, so I worked there at the farm. So I typically saw her Monday through Friday,
All right.
sometimes on the weekends as well.
All right. Did you know Dale?
I did,
All right. And that would be your stepdad?
yes.
All right. What was your relationship with him like?
My mom's partner.
Okay. And you said you worked at the business. Which business did you work for?
All three.
All right. So
I was paid out of one, but I did work for all three companies.
which business were you paid out of?
DDW Investments.
All right. Tell me about, you said there's three businesses. What are the businesses?
There's DDW Investments, which was the trucking company. Wareg Farms, which was the farm operating company that farmed ground, corn, beans, that type of thing. And then there was Wareg Farm Services, which was the chemical fertilizer company that was selling products to third parties, other farmers.
Okay. And the Warag Farms, that farmed land?
Yes,
All right. And how many acres of land, approximately?
roughly 3,000.
All right. Are these, the land that's being farmed, is this owned or leased?
Both.
Okay. And what about Warag Services? What did they do?
Wareg Farm Services was the chemical fertilizer company, so that was buying the chemicals or fertilizer from the supplier, turning around and selling them to other farmers and using for themselves as well.
Okay. And DDW Trucking, where did they do business?
As far as like location,
Trucking, yep. Where did they truck?
all over the place. There was trucks that went in and out of Canada. There was trucks in Illinois, kind of all over, I'd say a couple of states surrounding the state of Michigan.
All right.
It wasn't like they were going to California or anything like that, but
Okay. How many employees between the businesses were working on the farm?
for just the farm or the
For all the businesses?
all the businesses together.
Correct. So let me clarify. Good question. The farm, so you said you worked for your mom every day. Was that business located on the farm?
Yeah, all three businesses operated out of the same office.
Okay. And so how many employees between all three companies were there?
Less than 20.
Okay.
20.
Tell me, in April of 2021, who the major trucking employees were.
Each name?
If you can remember the trucking employees that you dealt with on a regular basis.
There was Todd, Terry, Mark, Kelly. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the rest.
Okay. What about the farming business? Who were the employees for farms that you saw on a regular basis and you dealt with in April of 2021?
There was Ivan, Jim, Jaren, Stephanie. She worked in the office with me, and Dale.
Okay.
There was some random other people that might come in for helping with certain things, but
Okay. When you say Ivan, is that Ivan Boyd?
yes.
And Jim, do you know his last name?
Hawkins,
Okay. And Jaren,
Warner.
did you know a Jason Gravel?
The name sounds familiar, but I can't say that for sure.
Not somebody you would have interacted with every day?
No. I didn't really interact with a lot of the people that worked there. I mainly was in the office. I dealt with them, maybe communicated over the phone, but even the truckers were actually handled by Stephanie.
Okay. And Stephanie, did she work in the office with you?
She did.
All right. How long did Stephanie work there?
We both started there about the same time. I had worked there when I was in high school, but had left and was doing my own stuff. And then when my mom and Dale had fired Mark Weisberg, I came back. I want to say it was about 2017.
Okay. So you and Stephanie both started around 2017?
Yes.
All right.
Probably within about a month of each other.
Did your mom employ any housekeepers?
Several.
Okay. What about in 2021?
The one that I knew mostly was Maddie Wolf.
Okay. Did you know if your mom took in any foreign exchange students at any point in time?
She did. Her name was, and we called her Jade. How her actual name is pronounced, I don't know, but she was from Italy.
Okay. What year was that, if you recall?
Probably 2015, 16, somewhere around there.
Okay. So I believe you indicated you were with your mom just about every day. Do you know what her habit was with her phone? As far as keeping it with her, putting it, not having
Attached
it?
to her hand? Yes.
All right. Were there times that you attempted to call her?
Excuse me.
That's okay. Were there times you ever called or texted your mom that she didn't respond to you?
The only time that she's never responded to me was when she was killed.
Okay. What about her keys for her Cadillac? Do you know what she did with those?
They were typically in her pocket.
All right. And do you know if she kept that Cadillac locked?
Usually it was locked, yes.
Okay. And do you know what was kept inside the Cadillac?
So mom carried her phone case was her, I'm going to say, day-to-day wallet. It had a little flap that opened up to protect the screen, and you could put like your driver's license, your credit card, and stuff like that kind of right inside of it. But she also had like a small purse. I think it's called a clutch.
Okay.
She had a bigger purse that was like an actual bag, but she very rarely, I think the only time she would typically use that really big purse was like a Black Friday sale when her, my sisters, my aunts, they would go shopping.
Okay.
But typically she only used her wallet that was attached to her phone and then that little clutch purse thing that was usually left in her car.
Okay. With you being around the day-to-day activities on the Warner property, on the farm there, did you observe your mom and Dale fighting?
Just about every day.
Okay. Do you know the basic topic of the arguments?
Typically the fights were related to money and something related to one of the businesses.
Okay. When was the last time that you talked to your mom? Whether in person, phone?
The Saturday before. So I think that's the 24th.
Okay. Where'd you see her at or talk to her? How'd you talk to her?
I briefly seen her I think it was Saturday morning at my sister Amber's. I had kind of just swung by and I think maybe had a cup of coffee, and my mom was coming to pick up Lena, and about the same time that Mom had gotten there was about the same time I was leaving, so I might have said hi. But throughout the rest of the day, I had talked with her. We were texting back and forth. She was having some issues with two of the truckers, and then we were also talking about a friend of ours, a friend of mine and a friend of hers had passed away.
Okay. And does your mom at any point in time tell you that she has any kind of plan for that night?
Yes, she was done with everything. She didn't want to do the trucking company anymore. She didn't want to be with Dale anymore. She wanted to sell everything and be done.
All right.
One point during the text conversation, she said, "I'll sign it all over to you and you can deal with it. I'm done."
Okay. And how long have you been as close as you were to your mom in 2021? How long were you guys that close?
We had always been really close. I had started working originally for the farm when I was still in high school in like 2009, I believe.
Okay.
And had kind of worked on and off. Whenever they needed somebody else, I was there.
Okay. Had you heard her say that she wanted to do those things before?
Leave Dale and sell everything? Yes.
Okay. So after she says, I'm going to have a conversation with Dale later, do you text her, call her, anything later that night?
We had continued to text most of the evening.
Okay.
She was telling me about the fight and what the employee had said to her.
All right. Approximately what is the last time that you get a text message from your mom, if you can recall?
7 or 8 o'clock.
At night,
At
PM?
night.
All right. Some point on Sunday, do you come over to the farm?
Yes, my sister Raquel I don't remember if she had called me or texted me. I believe she had called me that morning and asked if I knew where Mom was. She said that both of her cars were at home and she couldn't find Mom anywhere.
Okay.
And asked if I knew where she was. And I said, no, I'll text her and then I'll come on over.
Okay.
So I got off the phone with her and tried to call Mom. It went straight to voicemail, and then I think I had sent her a couple of text messages and was just starting a conversation. I think the first one was something like, "How was your night?" or "How you doing today?" or something like that.
Okay. So,
but nothing ever went through.
All right. During the course of your mom's marriage to Dale, do you know if she would leave for a day or two?
Yeah.
All right. Where would she typically go?
Typically, she came to my house.
Okay.
She came to Amber's house, I know, a couple of times. She's gone to my Aunt Shelley and Uncle Greg's house a couple of times.
Okay. So it wouldn't be uncommon for her to show up at your house?
No.
Okay. How long would she typically stay?
Day, maybe 2.
And so then your sister Raquel calls you. What do you do after you talk to her?
So I think I went and took a shower and got in the car and went to my mom's house.
Okay. What'd you do when you got to the house?
I first went down to the office. I remember seeing my mom's Hummer sitting there, which was a little weird because she had been driving the Cadillac mostly. And then I went into the office, kind of just ran through, I guess, all of the rooms that were there, looking to see if I could see Mom or anything, if Mom had been there. And then walked back out of the office, walked up towards where Terry, the truck driver that Mom was in the argument and fight with the night before, was supposed to come clean his truck out. So I went up to check to see if Terry had cleaned his semi-truck out.
Okay.
Climbed up the little ladder, opened the door to the truck. The truck was still full of belongings. Got back down, started to walk back up towards the house, and that's when Dale came up to me somewhere in the driveway and asked if I knew where Mom was, if I knew where she was going to be, anything. And I said no, and we both proceeded to walk back down to the office.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you. So when you first get to the Munger property and go to the office, is there anybody on the property with you?
When I first walked through the office, there's people on the property, but nobody's like walking with me, no.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, was Dale there when you got there?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you know if he got there at any point after you arrived, or you're not?
I don't know. The
Okay.
first actual time that I saw Dale was when we met in that driveway, right after I had looked at the semi-truck.
Okay. And then you both walk down to the office together?
Correct.
What do you do when you get down to the office?
As soon as we walk in the office door, we take a right. I was going to go look at the server room, which is on the back, this back little hallway thing next to the bathroom. And Dale started to walk into the next door, which was his office. So as I took a left to go down the hallway towards the server room and the bathroom, Dale was standing in his doorway. And before I got to the server room, all I hear was, am I allowed to swear?
Say what happened.
Aw, fuck. And I turned around, and Dale's standing there holding my mom's wedding ring in his hand in the doorway.
Okay.
And so then from there, I walk back around over to my mom's desk where her computer is connected to the camera system. So instead of looking at it on my phone, I can look at it on the big screen. And I started to get on the cameras to see, well, if Dale's holding her wedding ring, she came into the office at some point, so maybe I can see her on the cameras and what time that might have been.
Okay. So did you start looking at the camera systems?
I did, and I stayed in the office trying to look on the camera system for a little while. I couldn't tell you exactly how long, but the whole time Dale stayed right here.
Was it the whole time, or was he in and out, or?
Whenever he was right next to me, he was right here.
Okay.
He would go walk over to his office. He walked in and out of the office building itself multiple times. He kept saying, "Oh, I'm going to go back to work. I'm going to go over and do this," but then he never did. He'd come right back in.
Okay. And at this point in time, when you're looking at cameras and Dale's in and out, who else is in the office with you?
At some point, my sister, my aunt, and my brother, my sister Raquel, had all come into the office. At some point, I believe Raquel's boyfriend Dustin had actually also come in there, I believe.
Okay. And how long did you stay at the office looking at cameras?
I couldn't tell you an exact amount of time.
All right. What'd you do after you were done looking at the cameras?
So at the rest of that day, I had gone through and I went and drove to look at the other properties that they owned that had structures on them. So like there's a house around the corner that used to be rented to Stephanie that we were selling at the time, and I had it for sale. So I thought, well, she walked somewhere, her cars are here, maybe she walked and is staying in that house. So I drove up to that house, opened it up, nobody was inside. I drove over to the Cedar Point property in Onstead to see if maybe she was there somewhere hiding out. I went back to my own house. She had a code to be able to use the front door, figuring, well, maybe somebody picked her up and they went to breakfast and now she's back at my house hiding out. She wasn't there. I came back to the farm once again I think I just drove by or drove through, or maybe I talked to my sisters. But then I had proceeded to then go to Britain to the grain bin setup. See if there was any sign of her there. When I couldn't find her anywhere, when I was leaving Britain on my way back through in Tecumseh, I called a friend of ours, Officer Paul Wolf, for the Tecumseh Police Department.
Okay. And based on that conversation, what did you do next?
I told him what was happening, what I was feeling like, and he said, then you guys need to call the state police.
Okay.
So I got off the phone with him. I called my siblings. I said, hey, this is what Paul said. Can we meet at my house? And we're going to call someone.
All right. Now, prior to leaving the Munger farm, did you have a conversation with Dale, or were you part of a conversation with Dale about potentially calling the police earlier?
I think when we were all in the office and I was still looking at the computer, or at the camera stuff on the computer, that had been brought up a couple of times.
Okay, and do you know what his response to that was?
If we haven't heard from her the next day or so, we'll give him a call.
Okay. All right, so you get off the phone with Officer Wolf and you make contact with police?
I made contact with my siblings first. My sister Raquel and my brother TJ and I all met up at my house, and we Googled the state police number. It sent us to a dispatch. The dispatch sent us to the sheriff's department. The sheriff's department said that they would send out a deputy, and I think it was, I can't remember his first name, but Deputy Hall.
Okay. And did you in fact give him a statement?
We did.
All right. And the following day, well, let me back up. Did you have any further conversations with Dale when you were at the farm?
After we had called the...
Before you called the police, while you were there, and he was in and out of the office, did you have any further conversations with him on the Munger property?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. All right. So, when's the next time you come back to the Munger property?
The next morning.
Okay, what time?
I don't know the exact time. It would have been the morning, like starting a regular work day.
So Monday
probably
morning.
Somewhere around 9 a.m.
Okay. And what'd you do when you got there?
Usually the first thing that I would do in the mornings was always check the credit card, the company credit card, to both make sure that the truck drivers were able to keep operating and getting fuel and everything off of that card, but also to check to see if there had been any usage on my mom's cards.
Okay. And did you notice anything?
No.
At some point during that day, did you have contact with a detective?
At some point that day, the sheriff detective Greca had reached out to me, called me, and we met up. I had told him that I was planning on going to TLC, our bank, my mom and I's bank, and I was going to see if I could get anybody at TLC to tell me if there had been any activity on my mom's bank account.
Okay. And did you, in fact, meet with Detective Greca at
We did.
TLC?
We met at the Tecumseh branch.
All right. And did you learn if were these accounts that you shared with your mom?
No. Well, my mom and I had a shared account, but my mom had her own personal accounts as well, and then there was a business account there.
Okay.
I was trying to see if TLC would tell me anything about her personal account, not the joint account. The joint account I had access to.
Okay. And did you find anything?
They wouldn't tell us. They told us no, there wasn't any activity on the card, or on her cards or her accounts.
Okay. And once you left the bank, what did you do after that?
Detective Greca and I drove separately, but we went back to the farm. He wanted to talk with Dale, so I took him to the farm. When we pulled into the back of the house, and we're standing on the back deck. I went into the house to see if Dale was inside, and then I looked out back, and you could see Dale in one of the pieces of tillage equipment working in the field. So I called him and said there was a detective here that wanted to talk to him, and Dale came up and spoke with him. When Dale got there, I left.
And you left at that point. Okay.
Yes.
So I kind of forgot to ask you about this big piece. So at some point in time, you lived on the Warner farm at your mom's house.
Several times.
All right. And did you have a bedroom?
I did.
And did you have what was in the bedroom?
Bed, dresser, a safe,
All right. And what was
clothes.
what was the purpose of the safe? Was that just yours, or?
My mom had bought it for me with the intention of her using it.
Okay. So did you both share it, or how did that work?
Kind of. I put what I considered important documents in there, like my birth certificate and my passport that I had. I had put those in there, and Mom was putting cash and whatever other things that she wanted to save in there.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did anybody else have access to that safe?
Just my mom and I.
All right. Here, and I'm gonna approach the witness with People's Proposed Exhibit 23. So I showed you a photograph of a safe, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that similar to the safe that you owned?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Oh, I apologize. I thought you were, I'm good.
Oh, okay, I thought you were talking to Mr. McCurdy.
Yes, I am.
He told me. Good morning, Mr. Bach. I just have a few questions for you today. So you said you had lived at the Munger property with Mr. and Ms. Warner, your mom?
Yes.
About how long did that happen?
There were several times that I had, I was in high school, I lived there. I had moved out, and then at some point, probably in, I think it was 2013, 2014, I had moved back in. And then again, probably 2017 to 2019, somewhere in there.
So for a number of years, you indicated that you saw fights between your mom and Mr. Warner, and I'm assuming like verbal fights or disagreements, things like that.
Yes.
Would your mom raise her voice at Mr. Warner?
They would raise the voice at each other all the time, yes.
So raised voices with the two of them verbally arguing, is that accurate?
Correct.
Was that for pretty much the entirety of the time that you had lived there, or was that a more recent thing?
Most of the time that I lived there, I can't actually remember a time that I didn't hear them fight. The fights definitely got more frequent later, but I think they always had kind of fought.
Okay. So from the start of the relationship, from what you remember, there were verbal arguments and disagreements?
Yes.
Now, when you lived at Munger, did you have, or even when you didn't live there, did you have a key, or was that door locked and you were able to come in?
I had a key, but the doors were never locked. I had a key when, after my mom and Dale had Lena, about every March, when Lena's birthday was, they would take Lena down to Florida, and they were usually gone for an extended period of time, and I was the one that would watch the house, so Mom had given me a key. It actually happened to be the same key for the office.
When they would go for an extended period of time, would they lock the house, or would it be open?
Sometimes they'd lock it. Sometimes they'd lock all the doors except for this one door.
And when you would go into the Munger house, just in general, so you're going over to see your mom, would you walk in or would the door be locked?
I just walked in.
When you worked for the companies that you indicated, your job was in finance, is that accurate? So bookkeeping, paying bills, invoices, things like that?
Yes.
Now, did that include paying all the bills, or did you split that with, you referred to her as Stephanie, that's Stephanie Vogel, correct?
Correct.
Did you split that with Stephanie?
Typically, I paid most of the bills, but if I wasn't there and they needed to pay a bill, then Stephanie would pay it.
Did that include things like credit cards, OnStar, car payments, things like that, or was it strictly what we would consider business, so trucking, grain, that kind of stuff?
Both. So we would pay on the credit cards. Mom and Dale had their own personal bank accounts, and personal checks. So those ones that I would say were handwritten checks from their personal accounts, they would pay those themselves. But if it was pertaining to anything with the businesses, then typically we paid it. A lot of their personal expenses were also paid for with business credit cards. So like the OnStar, for instance, I believe was paid for with one of the credit cards.
The business credit cards?
Yes.
And then is this fair to say that your mom essentially would handle a lot of the office staff work, and Mr. Warner would handle things that were going on outside of the office. So farming, the chemical company, things like that.
Correct. My mom would handle a lot of the customer stuff for the chemical fertilizer side of things, but Dale did as well.
So your mom would be.
But as far as
go
like
ahead.
the actual like farming day to day, getting in a tractor, that was all Dale.
That's-
Working with those employees, that was typically all Dale.
That's what I was just going to ask.
Yes.
So if a customer came in or called, that might be your mom. But if it was, plowing a field or planting, that would be Mr. Warner. Is that accurate?
Correct. My mom did. I mean, there was many times growing up that my mom was in a combine or in a piece of equipment, driving and doing field work type things. But towards the end there, no.
So
that was all Dale.
She knew how to do it, but
She
didn't
knew
do it.
how, but that was not where she wanted to be.
And she also, did she grow up on a farm to your
She did.
knowledge? And was with cattle too? Is that something that
She
your mom
did.
was interested in?
Yep, she was very involved in the 4-H kids, and we had cows growing up, I think, my whole life.
You had talked about your mom would keep her purse in the car. Is it fair to say your mom would have also cash stuffed in the car as well?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your mom had money stuffed everywhere?
Yes.
Okay, 'cause that based on prior testimony, you had indicated that. So she'd have it like kind of squirreled away in pockets in the car and clutch and purse and all those sorts of things.
Yes.
And you indicated that it was not surprising to you when your mom would say, or when she did say she wanted to divorce Mr. Warner or leave Mr. Warner, leave the businesses, things like that, because she had said those things before.
Yes.
And had that been going on for a while?
It had become significantly worse the last couple of years. I would say somewhere between 2015 until 2021. It had gotten significantly worse.
And correct me if I'm wrong, would she say it on one day and then 2 days later she would have a different plan? Or
I think the plan was always there, but I think there was always something in her trying to make it work. I know there was always a big fear of...
I'm going to stop you right there, though, only because that goes far afield of my question.
Oh,
so
sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay. So would the plan change? And if you don't know, it's okay to say no.
I couldn't answer that, no.
Okay. So let me ask you this. If she would say, for instance, on a Monday that she would want to leave, it sounds like for years she would say that, but she wouldn't leave, except for short periods of time. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you indicated that your mom would leave the house for a day or two, and that was a regular occurrence.
Define regular.
Sure. I guess so. It wasn't surprising to you when she would show up at your house and want to stay there for a day or two?
Well, I mean, it was always a surprise, but, I mean, it was one of those things that when it happened, I wasn't like, oh, what are you doing here? It was, oh, okay, hi.
Come on
And
in.
continue about the day.
Okay. And I guess when I say regular occurrence, I should ask you, in a year's time, how many times do you think she did that?
In a year's time, 10?
And is that pretty much on average, you think?
There would be, I mean, there was times that it was more, there was times that it was less.
Did your mom, you talked about an issue that she had been having with employee, is that accurate?
Yes.
Was that common or uncommon for your mom to have that kind of an issue with a staff member?
To the extent of what this fight was uncommon. She definitely would get into it with the employees about certain things sometimes, but nothing like what this one was. This one was very different.
What about, so she had conflict with Mr. Warner, she had conflict with staff, again, the last one was more significant. What about other family members? Any conflicts there? Or?
I mean, she'd get into fights with, I think, just about anybody. Mom stood up for what she believed in. And if your opinion was different than hers, then sometimes that wasn't gonna, she was gonna have her opinion and you were gonna hear it.
She'd let you know, it sounds like?
She'd let you know.
Okay. In a raised voice, it sounds a little bit?
It could be.
Now, on April 25th, 2021, you indicated that when you arrived, the Hummer you said was in front of the office.
Correct.
Did you use your key to enter the office?
I can't remember if I used my key or if the office was open.
Then, correct me if I'm wrong. So, Ms. Saylor, can you put up Exhibit A? And then can you call out or point to where the office is? So, see, it looks like there's like almost like a barn, which is, and then the two doors. Is that where the office is?
Correct. So right there in the middle of that stretch of barn is the main office door. The door all the way to the right would be going into Todd's office. So I entered through that middle door.
And you don't recall if that door was unlocked or locked?
I can't. I had a key. I could have used my key, but to tell you right now, if I used it, I couldn't tell you.
And I know we're going back almost 5 years. So then you said you went to outside of Terry Nahrink's truck?
Correct.
And you ultimately went inside just to see if his belongings were there. Where was that truck parked?
So that the behind the house, the barn that's directly behind the house there. There's.
I don't want to interrupt, but for a minute, is that the fertilizer barn?
That would be the dry fertilizer barn.
Okay,
yes.
the dry fertilizer barn. Can you zoom in on that, Ms. Saylor?
So to the left of that barn there, you can see a semi-trailer, just the trailer. His truck was essentially parked right there.
And then that's where you went and took a look and you ran into Mr. Warner.
I ran into Mr. Warner there's a concrete slab that is right in front of the barn, I guess I'd say. And that's where I ran into Dale.
So when you were outside looking at Mr. Nahrink's truck, did you hear the sprayer in the background?
I don't recall.
Would looking at a copy of your preliminary examination transcript help refresh your memory?
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Saylor, would you go to page 44, please? Did that refresh your memory, Mr. Beck?
Yes.
Thank you. So did you hear the sprayer when you were at Mr. Nahrink's truck?
To tell you today, I can't tell you that. At the time, I very well could have. But once again, telling you that today, that was 5 years ago.
You don't dispute that. You testified under oath that you did hear it, though, correct?
I don't dispute that.
And just to be clear, the sprayer is a piece of farm equipment?
Yes.
Pretty big green color?
Yes.
And then it sprays, for some people who didn't grow up on a farm, it sprays chemicals and fertilizer and things like that?
Yes.
Does it have a distinctive sound?
It almost has like a humming sound to it.
A sound that you recognized having
Yes.
sort of grown up on the farm?
Yep.
Thank you. Now, when you saw ultimately Mr. Warner, he asked you if you really didn't know where your mom is, correct?
Correct.
I have no additional questions. Thank you.
So you were asked if it was common for your mom to take off for a night or two, correct?
Yes.
Had you ever called 911 or called the police to report your mom missing prior to the 25th of April 2021?
No, never.
Okay. And have you talked to your mom since April 24th, 2021?
No.
Okay. You talked about your mom was expressing her frustration with this employee situation at the business on Friday night, Saturday night? Which one was it?
So if the 25th was the Sunday, then the 24th.
The 24th, okay. And was it, was the fight about an employee, or was it about the way Dale was responding to Dee that angered her?
Objection calls for hearsay unless Mr. Bach was present for the argument.
If you know.
So the fight with the employee was actually about a out.
Okay,
Wait,
sorry,
wait.
we need to establish a foundation before he's gonna testify about this.
Yeah, okay. Were you present for any of the fight?
No.
Okay, all right. When you were on the farm on the 25th, where were you at when Dale asked you if your mom was really at your house?
We were standing on that concrete pad in front of that barn.
Okay, so that was almost immediately that you were asked that?
Yes.
All right. And during this conversation, did you ask Dale if he looked in the caddy at all?
I can't recall exactly what all we had talked about. There was a couple of questions that he had asked me. One, if I knew where Mom was and everything when we were standing there on that concrete slab. I hadn't been in the house, but whatever reason, we had said something that made me want to go to the office.
Okay.
That's why I had gone to the office rather than walking into the house. So the both of us had actually walked down to the office together.
Okay.
I mean, not, side by side, but he was right behind me and we walked into the office together at the same time.
Do you remember if at the office or when you guys met out on that concrete pad, did you guys talk about money taken from the safe?
There was a conversation about money taken from the safe. I believe it would have been about that same time because the only time that we had talked otherwise was inside the office, and that was about the ring.
Okay. And what did Dale tell you?
That there was a bunch of money taken from the safe inside the house.
Okay. And did he give you an amount?
He did, but I can't recall the exact number. It was a big number because I remember being very upset about the fact that they had as much money in the safe in the house that they did when I was struggling to be able to pay the bills for the company.
Okay. When you say big number,
I don't know if he told me 100,000, but 100,000 is the number that's coming to mind.
okay. All right. I have nothing further.
Nothing additional, thank you.
Would the council approve, please?
Yes.
All right, we did get two questions from the jury. I have reviewed those with council. It's my understanding that council has a little bit of agreement with asking both of those questions. Is that accurate?
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bopp, so the first question is, any animosity between Dale and Zach before Dee went missing?
Yes.
The second question is, how was the relationship between Dale and Zach prior to Dee missing?
We spoke about work-related things, and that was it.
All right, Ms. Wise, any further questions for Mr. Bopp based on those questions?
Yes. You indicated that there was some tension between you and Dale after your mom went missing?
Yes.
Wasn't the question before?
It was
She
both.
would-
So the first question was any animosity between Dale and Zach before Dee went missing. The second question was how was the relationship between Dale and Zach prior to Dee missing?
Oh,
So I
I
think
apologize,
they're
I thought
both
one was, I thought one was after. Okay, no, I have nothing further, Your Honor.
I have nothing, thank you.
Okay. Are there any further questions? And again, don't blurt them out, just raise your hand if any of the jurors would like to ask additional questions. Okay. Not seeing any positive responses. Can we excuse Mr. Box from his subpoena at this point?
I would reserve the right to recall him.
Okay. So, Mr. Bach, you will still then be subject to the sequestration order. Have you received a copy of that?
Yes.
Okay. So you need to continue to abide by that until you're notified that you're released from it. Okay. You can go ahead and step down.
Can you just clarify, is the prosecutor indicating that he may be called in rebuttal?
Correct.
Okay, I just didn't know if there was gonna be a,
No,
okay.
no,
So then that would prevent him from being here then for the number of weeks. Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Okay.
It wouldn't, I'm gonna make my argument.
Okay.
All right. So let's break for lunch, and we'll resume again at 1:30 p.m. So members, we try to be here just before, and we'll do our best to get started as quickly as we can.
Okay, so you may, but,
I don't think I'm calling to say, oh, that's that afterwards, or, you know.
Okay,
you know,
okay.
you're not doing that. If something's in there, you would require this, got it.
FC, when we broke, I believe there was an issue with respect to the continued sequestration of Mr. Bach. Ms. Wise, do you want to address that?
Yes, Your Honor. Under MCL 780.821, the victim has the right to be present throughout the entire trial of the defendant unless the victim is going to be called as a witness. If the victim is going to be called as a witness, the court may, for good cause shown, order the victim to be sequestered until the victim first testifies. The victim shall not be sequestered after he or she first testifies. Under MCL 780.811, subsection H, victim means any of the following. Under H2, the following individuals other than the defendant if the victim is deceased, and it would define that as a child of the deceased victim if the child is 18 years of age or older. So we would ask the court to allow Mr. Bach to stay in the courtroom as he is a definition as defined under the Crime Victims' Rights Act. And we believe MCL 780.821 is mandatory language, as the victim shall not be sequestered. Thank you.
Your Honor, this is another one of those issues that if a Court of Appeals panel is ever listening, I think should be addressed. So there are no, at least that we could find, no court decisions addressing this, not in Michigan. So when we expanded out to look at federal cases that are somewhat comparable, there is a military justice case called United States versus Span, 48 MJ 586, 1998. Because really what we're looking at, I think, is the interplay between the Crime Victims' Rights Act and rebuttal testimony. Mr. Bach is not in a situation where he's going to be called again in the government's case in chief. So that, I think, would be a slightly different analysis. But we've got the possible recall of Mr. Bach in rebuttal. So in United States versus Span, the U.S. Navy Marine Corps Court of Criminal Appeals addressed this specific issue, holding that allowing a rape victim and her mother to remain in the courtroom during part of the government's case in rebuttal and then allowing them to testify was not an abuse of discretion. So that seems to support the government's position. But then there's a Ninth Circuit case called United States versus Eli, 718 F. 2nd 291, 1983, saying it was error for the district court to refuse to exclude the government witnesses from the courtroom because a witness may wish to tailor rebuttal testimony to conform to that of other witnesses as well as to cover up inconsistencies in earlier testimony that have been revealed by the other witnesses. It's tough to know in this situation what Mr. Bach would be testifying to in rebuttal. So I want to be candid. I don't think that there would be a lot of cleaning up to do of his testimony in the case in chief. I don't think that in rebuttal the government would be allowed to, or at least should be allowed to, go into the same topics that they already addressed with him. So, for instance, he said that essentially the door at Munger was rarely locked. Well, now if they put him up to say, oh my gosh, it was locked all the time. Now, I mean, that's just such a benign example, but I don't think they'd be going into those topics. So I don't know that the cleaning up portion is necessarily relevant, but he would be able to hear other testimony from other witnesses that possibly could lead to the tailoring of the testimony in rebuttal. So our position is that unless Mr. Bach is excused as a witness, just as his sisters were, he should not be allowed to remain in the courtroom until the government makes the decision that they are not recalling him. But again, in all candor, there is not Michigan case law on the matter, and I think the federal courts probably more likely lean toward allowing the witness to remain in the courtroom even if they may be called in rebuttal. Thank you.
Quick response, Your Honor. The first portion of the statute anticipates if the victim wants to remain in the courtroom and allows the court to find good cause before ordering the victim sequestered. The second portion of the statute is mandatory. Once that victim testifies, the victim shall not be sequestered after they testify. So I would ask that he be allowed to remain, Your Honor.
so the U.S. versus L case was interpreting Federal Rule of Evidence 615, which requires exclusion of witnesses at the request of a party. It does not include any analysis, obviously, of the Michigan statute or any analysis of any similar statute. So it's just talking about the basic federal rule about sequestration of witnesses. In Michigan, we do have a specific statute that speaks to this issue, MCL 780.821. As Ms. Wise indicated, it states that if the victim is going to be called as a witness, the court may, meaning permissive for good cause shown, order the victim to be sequestered until the victim first testifies. The victim shall not be sequestered after he or she first testifies. I think that statute is plain on its face, meaning that the someone who is defined as a victim cannot be sequestered after that person first testifies. It is the only way to give meaning to the word first in both of those sentences. So under that statute, I do not believe that the court is permitted to sequester someone who is defined as a victim under the Crime Victims' Rights Act after that person first testifies. Mr. Bach does meet the definition of a victim under the Crime Victims' Rights Act, and so I would grant that request from Ms. Wise to release Mr. Bach from the sequestration order based on MCL 780.821 and allow him to be present in the court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Are there any other issues we need to address before bringing the jury back?
No, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
Okay, you're right. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to resume. Ms. Wise, the legally called in our schools.
The people would call Austin Hall.
Would you raise your hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury? I do. Okay, Nancy.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Yep, my name is Austin Hall, AUSTINHALL.
All right. Where were you employed in April of 2021?
I was employed with the Lenawee County Sheriff's Office,
All right. And what were your typical job duties?
enforcing the law, investigating crimes, traffic complaints,
All right. Did you have a particular title?
road patrol deputy.
All right. And did you somehow become involved in this case that we're here for today?
I was.
On what date?
April 25th, 2021.
All right. How'd you become involved?
I was called or dispatched to a residence, 400 Pentecost Highway, for a missing person.
All right. And who did you meet with at that Pentecost residence?
I met with 3 of the children of the missing person, Raquel, TJ, and Zach.
All right. And what did you do after you spoke with them?
So after I spoke with them, I did a phone ping for Dee Warner's cell phone.
Okay. Tell me what a phone ping is.
So I contacted Central Dispatch using the phone number that the kids had given me and requested that they ping her location, which is trying to figure out the location of her cell phone.
Okay. And after you contacted Central Dispatch, what did you do?
So after contacting them, I told the kids kind of the results of the phone ping and told them that I was going to go to her registered address there at 2170 West Munger Road.
All right. Did you do that
I did.
immediately after leaving the Pentecost address?
Yes.
All right. And approximately what time do you think that was?
Probably 6 o'clock.
All right. Did you make contact with anybody at that residence?
I did.
And who was that?
Dale Warner.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with him?
I did.
And you were wearing a body cam that night?
I was.
All right. At this time, I would like to play Exhibit 209.
Hello? Are you Dale? Excellent. I'm Deputy Hall from Lenawee County Sheriff's Office. How are you, sir? Oh, here's you, Brent. Thank God. Alright, so your wife is missing?
Well, I don't know if she's missing or if she just left, so.
Okay.
She had an altercation with one of our employees, 2 of them. Yesterday, I came home last night, and she was really upset. She was talking a lot of bad things as far as employees. One employee decided to quit. She was gonna talk about killing herself, taking off leaving,
Okay.
but she had COVID, God, 3 weeks ago. She just got over COVID like a week or so ago. She ain't acted right since. Her glands are swelled up. She's like got an infection. And she's got migraines. And last night she's coming down with a real bad migraine. So she's got some migraine pills that she takes. She took quite a few of those, and then she finally passed out on the couch when sleep and got her calmed down. I thought, you know, that was close to midnight when she finally went to sleep. I said, I gotta go to bed, man, I gotta get up in the morning.
Right.
So she was sleeping on the couch, and then this morning around 6 o'clock, I got up and, you know, she was snoring away. I was gonna wake her up and tell she was, you know, been up all night.
Right.
And then I went out and run. So then I went out and got my chemicals and got the sprayer loaded up and sprayed a patch. I texted her and she didn't answer, so I figured, well, she's still sleeping, she's not answering. So then I loaded up another batch and I went back with my acid and I was spraying. And then Raquel called me, her daughter Stephanie called me and said Raquel called her, she can't find her mom. And I said, well, she's at the house, she's in there laying on the couch. Excuse me, so she couldn't find her, and then I called Raquel and I says, your mom's not there, she was just there, you know, when I was there an hour or two ago. She said, no, she's not here. I says, well, I'll be done spraying here shortly and I'll be back. So about, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes later, I got back here and I went in the house and she was gone. And I walked around in the house, went in the bathroom. Well, her hair curler's gone, her hair dryer's gone, her makeup bag's gone, and she has a go bag packed all the time. I mean, this is the first time she's left. Usually she takes out and goes to her son's house and stays for a day or so.
Got a cause?
Yeah, something comes back.
Yeah.
Usually she gets all pissed off and takes off and goes over there for a day. This time the difference is she ain't answering anymore.
Right.
When she said her mom wasn't here, I went in and see all that stuff going. I wasn't real concerned because she makes it all the time. She goes over to Zach's house and stays. So
Sure.
she'll cool off and she'll come back home. Well, nobody could get a hold of her. When Zach came here, I says, she's at your house. I know she is. You're just telling me a story. You know, you're
See why
covered
you
for
say
it.
that? Yeah,
You're covered
absolutely.
for it.
Yeah.
You know, and he says he's not. Well, I wasn't real convinced of it for a while. I am now because, you know, it's.
Yeah.
But nobody could get a hold of her, so. But she didn't take her vehicle. She accused me of taking the key last night. Well, I said, you were home before I was. How could I take your key?
Sure.
But I think it was because of the migraine. She gets to where she can't see and she can't talk. It gets so bad. And I don't know. But then she was gone. She took all her bags. So somebody picked her up. So she's with someone somewhere.
Okay. Do you know anybody who?
I don't. They called everybody that, you know, like I said, I figured she was with Zach with her son.
Right.
I mean, I don't know what else to do other than wait a day or so and see what
Sure.
she shows up.
Yeah. I mean, if you
And I don't get her
small.
all fired up. The kids are all fired up and call the police. This isn't the first time she's done this, guys. The first thing is she's not communicating with everybody.
Right.
But the only thing that's really strange too is this time she put her wedding ring in my desk.
Yeah.
She's never done that before.
Yeah. It is odd.
So she set this on my desk in the office, and she went in. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just puzzled.
Well, I
You
understand.
know, I'm concerned because my daughter's wondering what the hell's going on, and I'm just gonna tell her, you know, mom's working things out. She's
Right.
frustrated. So
Right. And her kids were insinuating that she normally has never left without you guys' daughter.
yeah, that's the other strange thing. Our daughter went over to my brother. He's got daughters close to her age. She went over there last night and stayed. And I don't know. It's really weird.
Yeah.
But I mean, I would think something was up, but she took her stuff. So I mean, it's not like somebody forced her to go anywhere. Or
Sure.
something. I mean,
Sure.
she took her clothes and took her, you know, her curling iron and that stuff. So
Do you guys have any like farm trucks or anything like that? She would have been pissed off, jumped in, taken.
no, that's everything's here. I mean, there's 15 semis out back, and everything's here.
Okay.
The employee that she had no vacation with, he was never here today. He was going to come clean his truck up. He never showed up. And the other one was here this morning and took a load of line, but he was up. He left here at 2 o'clock in the morning or 3, and he just got back a few hours ago.
Okay.
You know, so I mean, it ain't nothing with them. Right? I mean, she's had altercations with quite a few people. I mean, she's pretty wired, you know, my wife.
I don't know, but
She's in your face to tell you how it is. I mean,
right. Yeah, I get that. These kinds of things happen quite often.
I told him I didn't want to call anybody. I was going to come into the office in the morning. Call you. I guess you can't come to the office now.
much cash she normally carries in her purse?
A lot.
A lot? Because the one son had said that he's on her bank statements or something, and he checked, and she said no activity.
Well, she usually has a lot of cash. She carries a lot of cash.
Okay.
But, I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
Until another day goes by,
Right.
I'm concerned, but I'm not, alarmed yet.
Right.
Like tomorrow
That's
night,
fair.
we ain't heard nothing. Well, yeah, we need to start
Figuring it
looking,
out.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's one thing to be wife to be pissed off and take it off.
Well, that's we got 3 different businesses here, so the tensions are high all the time.
Sure.
It's all the time.
Sure.
It's when you're married.
Yeah, well, that's the guy you do.
We got 9 kids. It's been a challenge.
Yeah, well, I can imagine that, absolutely. So, we tried pinging her cell phone, and nothing. The last ping was home here, and that was at 7-something in the morning. So, I'm sure she clearly doesn't have a phone working. Is she a person who's normally keeps your phone on her hip, or is she pretty
Never without it.
never without it?
But I told the other kids she's got a second phone, and she doesn't let anybody know she's got another phone.
Do you have a phone number?
No, it's a secret phone that she doesn't know that I know she has it, but
Why would she have it?
I have no idea. I haven't confronted her about it because I didn't want the confrontation, but I know she has another phone.
Okay, well, that might be an important chunk of information there.
So
has
she
another
calls,
phone.
I mean, she got another phone, she calls somebody on that phone, I'm sure.
Okay.
Because, and the reason I know she has another phone is when we were in Florida, she tried to tell me it was my daughter's phone. I didn't say nothing, it was her vacation, I was like,
That's what's,
whatever. It's our daughter's phone, it wasn't, so it's like, no, but originally we went to Mexico with my mom quite a while ago, and she had 2 phones in her bag, and it was unpacked in the room, and she said, oh, that phone was in the room, that was in the room, and somebody else, I'll take it down the front desk and turn it in. But I just thought, no, you gotta choose your battle. A lot of other little things, but she don't show up on this stuff.
Right, absolutely. I'd say, I mean, it's only been
Well, I mean, it's only been
13 hours since
yeah,
you saw her.
yeah. Well, cell phone thing, 12 hours since I've been 7 o'clock now.
Right. So I would definitely say, though, if by tomorrow morning we still have nothing on her, I'd be digging through paperwork trying to see if you can find anything where the cell phone would be. If she has a different one that she's keeping on her, and we can ping that, that'll give us the location.
She's got her car, she parks her car locked, so she's very, very secretive of what she's doing.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I don't know everything you're doing, but you can't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, well, that's what women do. Well, I appreciate it, sir. I'll get out of your hair. At this point, I got really nothing to go off of, just waiting out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else, I don't get all excited yet.
Sure.
Right, a couple more days go by, and I'll see that.
Yeah.
Here's something else.
Absolutely. So,
I mean, if she, the way she left, she doesn't want anybody to know where she's at, so I mean,
yeah.
obviously she knows what she's doing, because we can't find her.
Right. No, I get that. I absolutely get that. All right, I will, I'll clear out here, and if she does show up, please give us a call.
Okay, we got a card?
Yes, I'll give you that. For whatever reason she shows up, she comes back, she's fine.
No foul, no harm, no foul.
Right, just call into central dispatch, they'll let me know, and, that way. Yep. All right,
You related to Matt Hall, or?
Matt Hall, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely, yep, he's my cousin.
Okay. And Marty then?
Yep, all those guys.
So who's your parents then?
Mike and Lisa,
Lisa, so how are they related to Gary then?
Sorry.
Matt's dad. That would be,
then we might be talking about a different side here.
I'm talking Matt Hall.
I got a cousin, Matt Hall, from like the Sand Creek area.
Okay, this one's right from around Onset area.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No, sorry. Yeah, there's a ton of us running around. Yeah, there's plenty. So I appreciate it.
I believe you indicated that you got there around 6 p.m. The body cam, I believe, started at 6:55 p.m. Do you know which would be more?
Definitely the body cam would have been more accurate. I think I
Okay.
was at the 400 West Pentecost, or 400 Pentecost Highway address around 6 o'clock-ish, and then that was there about an hour before I got there, so definitely
Okay.
the 6:55.
Okay, perfect. So after you leave the Munger residence, what do you do?
So I filed a report and submitted that to my sergeant at the time.
Okay. Did you have any other involvement with this case?
I did.
All right, and tell me about that.
Yeah, so that was a Sunday. My next shift in would have been Tuesday, or I'm sorry, would have been Wednesday that week. Prior to, Detective Greca had given me a call and had on Monday and asked me about the incident and what I remembered from it,
Okay.
and that he was going to be investigating it further.
Okay, and did you assist him in his investigation?
I did.
All right. And as part of the investigation, what kinds of things did you do?
Yeah, so it was kind of a training opportunity for me. I was a newer deputy on the road, so I kind of got to tag along with Detective Greca and go through a couple interviews, and then I was tasked with following up with some of the employees and helping search the residence a few times.
Okay. Did you recently have the opportunity to look through additional body cams?
I did, yes.
Okay. And 426, was Detective Kevin Greca out there at the Munger residence?
He
again?
was.
All right. At this time, I'd play Exhibit 210.
Hey. Alright, I'm Detective Director from the Sheriff's Department.
Can we step inside, talk to you?
Yeah, see if we can figure out what's going on. Is your daughter, you know when she's gonna be home?
Oh, which daughter?
You got like a 9-year-old or 8-year-old or something?
She's at my brother's right now. They picked her up from school.
Okay. So do you know when she'll be home?
Oh, when I go get her.
Oh, okay, alright. When was the last time you saw her,
Who's that?
your wife?
When I was walking out of here, I'm guessing it was around 6 o'clock.
AM. Yesterday?
Sunday morning.
Okay.
Yeah, Sunday morning in the AM. I can't remember. I'm sure I guess maybe it was around then.
Okay. Alright. Well, it sounds like obviously she's missing, so it's an important,
Well,
something, whether she's done this before or whatever, but, her vehicles are still here, so that's kind of weird.
well, it's weird that she took her stuff and somebody picked her up this time.
Yeah.
But
What's your take on it? What do you think? Fair? What do you got? I mean, what's your take
I
on it?
think she'll be back in a day or two.
She pissed at you and
Well, she got into it with a couple of employees.
Uh-huh.
We got a truck driving company, we got 3 different companies.
Well, let me get that real quick. Truck driving, farm.
Yeah, we do custom fertilizer and seed and stuff.
Okay, so truck drive, farm, and then what's your third one? Seed?
Chemical fertilizer.
Chemical fertilizer. Okay.
But,
She got into it with who?
couple of drivers,
Well, give me just the names real
So-
quick.
Terry, Merrick.
Terry Nerick.
Terry was married, I'll give you, I guess, the long version, you won't get the gist of it. He got married to a lady now, he lives in Blissfield.
Okay.
Our dispatcher is Todd Merrick,
Okay.
his brother. Terry got married to Terry, which is the lady's name, so it makes it real confusing.
Okay.
Very bad relationship, it went south, he was getting divorced. Dee was helping him get divorced, Doug Hartzon helped, or did the, divorce paperwork and all that.
Okay.
Terry had an injury when he was young, so he has a hard time, he doesn't like confrontation. he has a hard time severing the ties from his ex. So he got divorced. She was supposed to be out of the house within a week. She's still living there. She was driving his truck. She was supposed to turn it back over to him after a couple weeks. She still got it. You know, this is like 5-6 months ago. Well, Dee, my wife, she's a fixer. So she's trying, she talked Doug hard telling him to do this for him. And he made payments to him. Well, Doug called her, about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, said, hey, what's up? Jerry hasn't sent me a check.
Okay.
A month. You know, $100, $200, whatever.
Yeah.
Do $800. Okay. So Dee's like, are you effing kidding me? He's
Right.
like, baby, goddamn,
Right.
you know, did a special favor. And
Right.
now it makes me look like shit. And so she got a call Terry and chewed him out for not paying her. The other Terry got a hold of his phone and seen that he texted him, and then she started texting me back on Terry's phone. So Dee's thinking it's truck driver Terry that's talking shit to me back, and it was his ex-wife looking at his phone. So it all went south from there, and it's, you know, my take on it, Terry comes to work, does his job, and gives him his paycheck. His personal life should be ours, but my wife is the fixer, and she wants to be involved and, you know, fix everything. So she's trying to get Terry to understand, to get her out of the house.
Is your wife better with Terry or better with the other Terry, the female Terry, his wife?
Terry, the truck driver.
The male.
Yeah. The wife and her are like, what would you say, gasoline and water.
Would you suspect your wife having an affair with Terry because they're going through problems? Is that even anywhere
My
near
wife
that?
had an affair? No.
Yeah, no, you don't think that's the case. Okay.
I don't think that she's having, there's no doubt in my mind she's not having an affair.
Okay.
But my thing is she had this finish. She had an altercation with him, and then she called me. She had COVID 3-4 weeks ago. And
Hold on, stop. How are you then?
I'm fine.
I have no idea. Have you been tested?
No, but I mean, this was weeks ago.
Okay.
I was sick. I mean, I had a cold, cough, and stuff. It didn't faze me. I just kept going. But she was sicker than hell for 3 weeks in the house here, and then she was getting over it, and the doctor put her on steroids, and she just puffed up and just.
Okay.
But ever since she started getting over the COVID, she couldn't remember things. It wasn't my wife anymore. It's like her whole personality, everything about her changed, and I don't get it. I mean, I don't know that much about COVID. I always, you wear a mask and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, so her whole personality changed. She had an altercation with Terry, and Todd, his brother, she called, was mad about that.
Todd's the dispatcher?
Yes, that's Terry's.
Yep, gotcha.
They had that altercation. I was over in the field working with my other 2 employees. We were putting tile in.
What's the altercation? The fact he hasn't paid? Or what's the main altercation about?
That he hasn't paid and that he hasn't left her, made her leave and get his truck back. That she's still there, which she would be mad at me because you're not backing me up, Dale. You're not supporting what I'm telling Terry. I'm like, gee.
So she is telling Terry you need to leave.
Right, you need to get her out of your, because it's Terry's apartment. He's paying all the bills. She doesn't work, she doesn't do anything. She's got his truck and the court ordered her to give it back to him. I mean, I could go on and on. So she's pissed that he's not gotten rid of her yet, that she's still there, dragging her down. But, like I told her, I said, Dee, it's his life. It's his personal life. But she didn't want it. My wife is a fixer.
Okay.
She had to try and fix it. Well, the two females got into a text messaging back and forth, and she started telling Dee that she was taking Xanax or something. This pissed her off, and so they had their text war. And then, like I said, I was put Todd in the field, and she called me, and I answered the phone, and I could tell that phone, oh, it's not going to get nasty or something. I mean, you can tell. I said, yeah, what's up? And she goes, are you by yourself? I'm no. Well, get by yourself. So I walked away, and she started, why are you telling your employee that I'm on Xanax or whatever the depressing stuff is? I don't know. I said, Dee, I'm not telling anything. What are you talking crap about? You're always down. You don't appreciate me. And we're done. We're selling everything. She hung up the phone. And she went, I mean, this is completely
And
off
this
the
is
wall.
Sunday, you said, or when was this?
This was Saturday.
Okay.
Saturday. That was Saturday when she had that argument with the other two. And then, she said she wouldn't answer her phone, she didn't come talk to me the rest of the day.
So she argued with them and you that day? I mean,
Well, I didn't argue, I just told her I'm not arguing, I didn't do this,
Yeah.
and I'm, you know,
Yeah.
and we had been going to the counselor, and she comes to Masterpiece,
Okay.
Craig.
Okay.
You know, Craig or not. But we've been going there, we had some other marriage problems that we're trying to get through.
What's the guy's name? Masterpiece?
Craig, nothing's, I think his last name.
You said, where'd you say? County?
Yeah, it comes out.
Well, obviously, I can get it. Yeah, right, absolutely. Yeah.
But anyway, we've been going, seeing them. Well, that night, Saturday night, I came home from town, it was close to probably 9 o'clock, it was on dark. I came in the house, Angelina was still here, I took her out, well, I went out and seen if she did her chores, her chicken chores out there, she had chickens. And they weren't done, so I come in and got her, take her out, so she could do her chores. I come back and I said, "Dee, we're gonna go over town to check the cat." "Oh, no, you're not. Amy's coming over to your room." I said, "Well, when did this come? Why don't you just talk with her? She's going over." "Okay, well, it's probably better you're gonna be arguing with me all night, so it's better she's not here." So I said, "Okay." So Amy came and got her. I come in after I went to check the scooter. And she was still upset over Jerry. And then from earlier today, and I kept trying to tell her, Dee, it's their personal life, just leave it alone. And she just could not stop, and just wouldn't let it go. And she was, you know, I've been talking to Craig, and he's been telling me, you know, how to not escalate an argument, you know, agree with her and do all the steps that you're supposed to do. So I was trying to keep from arguing, and she just kept telling me how mean I was to her. I'm like, "Dee, I'm not mean to you." Well, she got herself so upset that she gets migraine. She goes and gets shots in her neck because she got her really pinched.
Okay.
So she was coming down with a migraine, and when she gets a migraine, she can't talk and she can't see. It gets that bad. Well, it was getting to that point, so she got up and got her pain meds and took them. And 20 minutes, half an hour went by, and she was starting to calm down. She was still really upset. And I said, "You lay down here, calm out your back, and go to sleep." I said, "We're not going to argue. It's not. We're not going there."
Yeah. So it's Saturday night.
It's Saturday night. So it's probably about midnight, 1 o'clock.
Okay.
By the time she finally goes to sleep. And she's on the couch right there. So then I go in the bedroom and I go to bed. And I get up. I come out in the morning. It's around 6. She's on the couch, snoring away. So I wake her up. I went to sleep. She got up so long. So I went out to the barn, all back, loaded with the spray for a batch. And I went down. Some wheat here, Leroy's. Come back, like an hour, and I loaded up again, and I texted her, and she didn't answer me, which I figured, good, she's still sleeping. So I got back in the sprayer.
Obviously, you get a phone and all that, we can look into that later, but, so roughly, are you talking roughly 7 o'clock now, or what are you roughly? She was still sleeping in the morning at 6 when you walked out, she was just laying on the couch, so you just let her sleep.
It was 7, I'm going to spray later, or going to be spraying, call you later. This was at 7:45 a.m.
Okay.
Are you up yet? Is your migraine better?
She never answered the 70:45.
But after I looked, it never was delivered.
Right, I got you. So it was sent that.
Yeah, so her phone, but she was down here, so her phone, she never charged it, and her watch, she never charged it that night. So it doesn't surprise me that it went dead. So I wasn't really alarmed. I thought she's still sleeping. And then the second time I did by 10 o'clock, gosh, she's always up by now. And she didn't answer. And then that's when Stephanie called me. She works in her office. And she says, "What's going on?"
I just want to see, what was your last actual one? Just drop up here.
Right down here.
No, yeah, no, I just want to see what the last ones were. Dick wants to get a foot of starter, starter feet, or what it's,
I can't
I
hear
just,
something.
there's a line there, so you don't get it down.
Did you want to go over to door fix? No.
Okay, so
Here.
Okay. Alright, so these are her. So her last one is, Friday. Yeah. So Friday at 8:34 p.m. is her last one? Last message.
Friday to 8:30.
That's her last message. 8:34 p.m. Friday.
That was on Friday. She called me and said Lena had a half day of school, so she left around 1 afternoon. And was having a half day of school. And before that, she sent me the activation code to the program that we got. This is what Glenn said. Oh, we're trying to get overhead door. See the shop door still open. This was on Wednesday. She called Glenn to see when he could come fix the door. He said they can't get parts. They're in the back orders. We go to the road. Activation code for the SMS program. Lena has a half day of school. I'm going to pick her up. This was supposed to noon. She was one of my Christian. And then she said Dick wants a loaded starter, which he meant he needed his tank filled. She had the interpretation that he needed a nursing home right now. I called him. That's not pretty sleeping night today. There's a half sandwich on it. She picked me up a sandwich. Did Glenn fix the door? And I said no. And then she said, are you here? Here.
I have a few colors that save, I mean, don't delete anything yet, you know,
No, I
this way we get back on it.
don't delete anything.
Okay.
Oh,
No.
everything's here. I mean, shit can probably go back 3 years. You can see some hellacious fucking
Arguments.
back
I got you.
every time.
When,
you look at me.
so, how often is it, I mean, is this her spot, or you guys rotate, or just one night, what's the deal with the couch?
She's been sleeping on the couch when she came, well, it's probably been, she's off and on the couch all the time. She has neck pains and stuff, she can't sleep at night. She says, I'm gonna sleep on the couch, I'm not gonna keep you up.
Yeah, okay.
So, you know, I think, my opinion is come to bed, we both sleep better when we're together, not apart.
Right.
But she says, I don't wanna keep you awake, and I says, well, I'm awake more if you're not in the bed.
Mhm.
And you sleeping on the couch is worse for your neck and your head than
Right.
there. But, you know, you can't win a battle with your wife, so.
So the purse is gone, the cell phone is gone, the iPad is gone.
Well, I can't find that.
Okay. And this satchel down here, this big,
That's my
Okay.
laptop. But, you know,
your daughter's bedroom here, the 9-year-old or whatever?
Yeah, it was our office. But that's when my, daughter called.
This is her here?
That's my wife.
You know what, yeah, how long have you guys been married? Roughly?
20 years.
Okay, well, then you probably took more current one than a 40-year-old one.
A lot, but.
Yeah, so where's the current one just kind of sitting here? I'm not getting a driver's license picture, but, that's how old is that?
But my stepdaughter, Raquel, called Stephanie and said, I can't find my mom, what's going on? Well, then Stephanie called me when I was spraying still, and I says, I don't know, she was sleeping on the couch or not. But I thought it was weird that Raquel didn't call me, she had Stephanie call me, so I didn't understand that, but anyway. So I called Raquel back, and I says, what's going on? She says, Mom's not here. I says, I was just there, and she was sleeping, she had a migraine last night. And she says, she's not here, and I says, well, I'm just about done spraying when I was in Brooklyn. She says, I'll be back shortly. When I got here, she was gone. I said, she's going to the room, and she looked around. And she didn't, I don't think she looked. I came in here, and she's always got her curl iron, gone.
Well, it's right here. It's right here. Is that the one? Is it everyone?
She's got dozens of them. You know, one goes down, you got it back up. But she's got a curl iron, hair dryer, and then her big ass makeup bag.
And those are gone.
They're gone. And then she's always got, she has another bag here. I have two bags in here. She's got a bag with her clothes in it. She's got another bag with her pills and her medication in it. And every time we get mad, she takes that, she goes to Zach's. Oh, here, I'll show you.
While I'm here, I see two purses back here, but she's a woman, so she got 800 purses.
She got 800 purses come in here. She's got more goddamn clothes.
Does she have handguns, long handguns, or anything
Yeah,
else?
one handgun, it's in the safe.
And is, would you please, well, I mean, have you confirmed it?
Yeah, no, I haven't. Yep, it's down there.
The cases, unless you actually see the extra in itself. And then, I'm just should miss her daughter, right? She's got to love her daughter.
That's the only.
That's the biggest thing. I mean, that's going to be bigger than a pet.
Yeah, I mean,
All your pets are your
that's
two
my
dogs.
That's my daughter's cat.
Okay.
Her dog. These dogs in the garage.
So for this, I mean, that's clearly my number one, right? Is her
Well,
daughter.
the biggest thing that throws us all off is my daughter. I mean,
Right.
She does everything with my daughter. This is all.
I was just going to say, what do you got going on here? All your
8.
Okay, you have 8 kids. How many with
We
her?
got 9. I've got 1 with her.
Okay, so
These,
the
there's
9
4,
year.
these 3 here, and Jenny are from my first marriage, and these 4 are from Dee's first marriage.
Okay.
So we got.
Where's your 9-year-old? Where's your 9-year-old?
We don't have a picture of her up there.
What is wrong with you?
Well, she's got.
You're going to give that child complexes.
These ones can't put on the wall unless she's got the same frame.
Gotcha.
But this is our daughter's here.
I'm sorry, then I interrupted you. The actual medications then?
Oh, yeah, and there's Dee there. Where they're off. There's her wedding picture up there.
The medication, did you think she took them? No, I mean, I don't mean took them, I mean took them physically, so there's a crap load here. Any clue? If she took some?
She's got this many vehicles.
Okay.
It's,
What about on the suicidal end?
well,
You think
she
she's-
was talking about killing her. You know, when she gets, when you get pissed off, she's saying stuff. What's that?
Yeah, that's what
But I mean, it's
When was the last time she had said something like that?
it was that night.
Okay, so you're talking about killing herself. Okay. You take that as more of attention or something like
Yeah,
that?
it was just normal.
Okay.
But I was really very solid. I mean, mine. She was supposed to go. She goes to the pet and pain clinic up to.
Yeah.
She goes to the pet and pain clinic, or I can't get the name right. It's up north of Ann Arbor for procedures on her neck.
Okay. Is it in Ann Arbor? Or no, you're saying north of
We
it?
can go out to the office, make you, because the paper's laying on her desk, and the address
Maybe
is
they're
there.
around or something.
But we can look at that. But she was supposed to go in for a blood test. And I thought she went in last week, or was supposed to went in and have a blood test, because they won't do any more procedures with her until they have a blood test and make sure she's not taking a bunch of oxycodone and stuff like that.
Okay.
But I looked on there, it's May is when they're supposed to have it done, so I don't have a blood tox on her. I was really concerned that she was on a lot of the oxycodone, because I got into her car. When I came in that night, she accused me of taking the keys to her car, and I kind of chuckled, and that really pissed her off. I says, I just got here, you got here before me, how would I have your keys? She didn't see no humor in it. But I couldn't find, I don't know if she didn't take the car because she couldn't find her keys, she thought I took them. Because I still can't find the keys in the car. I found some here, and it's laying here. One of the keys is in here, they did, yeah, I couldn't believe he got them.
Has she abused either or, the alcohol or drugs in the past? And I mean, I'm not looking at her criminally, I'm just trying to find out what's going on here.
I always thought when she drinks way too much. And then it seems like she's taking way too many pills. She's covered all the time. And my concern is every vehicle she's got, we can go out and look in the Hummer, we can look in the Caddy, there's 4 or 5 bottles, and all of them got oxycodone.
All that all?
Not all Matt Hall, but there's most of them Mass RPA, because our doctors, so, I mean, Matt always.
Okay.
But Matt does a good job, he talks to her all the time, and, you know, he's never really good job. But most of the stuff is Matt Hall on the label, but I'm not so sure if she isn't buying it somewhere else and put it back in the bottle, so it looks legal.
Married 20 years,
Yeah, roughly.
and then I'm sorry, so there's 8 total children, and then how many? Okay, 9 total children, 1 biological with you in this? 1 bio, and then how many do you have?
I had 4.
Without her.
Right.
Okay.
Without her, and then she had 4 when we got married.
Okay. I checked, this way, no, I checked finances already, not when I say finances, her account, and there's been nothing since, there's been nothing for several days, or a couple days.
Yeah.
Her stuff.
Her stuff, yeah, she has a lot of cash. She, let's see, I'm guesstimating between $50,000 to $100,000 cash is what she's got
Okay.
with her.
On her, on her person's percent.
Yeah.
And you know that because it's missing from the safe, or, oh, okay. Is it a combo, yours and hers, or is
Yeah,
that?
it's kind of, there's still some cash in there, she didn't take it all.
Okay. And it didn't, did that piss you off?
Not really.
Okay.
There's, the other thing that you don't know is, we've been going to see Craig because she's been taking money out of the accounts in the office for the last couple of years.
From a business, okay.
Well, there's,
Is she hiding it for the divorce down the road, or what's your take on it? Is she using it for drugs? What will be your take on it? Oh, okay.
this is, but it goes back to 18 up to 20, and I know there's a lot more. And it's fine, my wife's high maintenance, so whatever.
All right, then I'm sorry. You give me a big difference, 50 to 100,000 that's missing? It's just because you don't pay
I
attention.
don't pay attention.
Okay.
Guesstimate what's usually in the safe, and there's only about probably 11,000 to 12,000 in there right now.
Okay. And then, who all knows the count? Just you two, just us. Okay. All right. All right. You know, is there anything you think I need to do, or check?
I don't think there's any reason, you know, her kids are all pulling their hair out and going crazy, but I don't think there's anything to get excited about from
Okay.
there too.
Okay. All right.
I mean, the only thing that really bothers me
The daughter.
is my daughter, and she left her wedding ring on my desk in the office, and she's never done that before.
Okay.
I mean, her wedding ring is about 6 carats. So if she's out for money and she's doing something, there's about $35,000-$40,000 right there in that ring she just left on my table.
I'm sorry, 30,000. I'm not really.
35 to 40.
Okay.
But I don't know.
And then you haven't talked to your daughter today, that one.
I took her, well, my 9-year-old, I took her to school this morning.
But as far as, hey, come
Well, I just,
see you or something, or mom call you.
I talked to people at school, and if her mom showed up, they were gonna call me. And she said, "Do you want us not to let her take her?" I says, "No, she can take her daughter." But I said, "I just want you to call me and let me know."
And I'm sorry, unless I misheard it, you don't think she's having an affair?
I could be wrong, I've been wrong on several things, but
Right.
I don't think she did.
Okay.
I think she's
Who's your best friend? Besides you, if you're that.
her son.
Okay. Besides him.
I don't really know.
What school did she go to? Sister for her?
No,
Brother?
she got a brother Greg, and there's 40 years in, or 20 years in.
So they're not tight then?
No, I don't know, normally, we have conversations or arguments all the time, it's usually over something in the business. So we had, we'll go over, stay at Zach's house with Linda Lake for a day or two, and then she's back, and it's fine, or she takes off, and then she'll still call on the phones and do stuff on the phone through the office, so what's weird is the phone's off. This time,
Yeah.
she, left Angelina here without anybody over there, and she put a ring on my desk.
Yeah.
And that's 3 flags, and just like, something is definitely wrong, there's somebody that's coaxed her. I mean, she's on, she couldn't sleep, so she's on Facebook and online. Oh my God, I told her she's addicted to it. When we went to Florida, she didn't even look out the damn window of the camper, she's on her effing phone the whole time, looking at Facebook, and I was like, see, look at this, look at this. They go, what? Forget it, very bad. But,
What's her Facebook profile name? Is this her name?
Yes.
Alright. I put my cell phone number and my name on the guard, Detective Kevin Dreckness. Yeah, Adrian. So yeah, Paul works with me. He's one of our road cops. I'm a detective, so you can just deal with me, to be honest with you, at this point. Because he's a road cop, he handles
Well, I
it.
thought he looked pretty green and he.
No, he's actually, we've been involved in some pretty big stuff. The kid does have his crap. Yeah, no, he's got his crap together.
Surprising, Matt Hall, our physician up there, his son is Austin Hall, so it's exactly the same name, so I was quizzing him out when he's here. I said, "You know Matt?" He said, "Well, yeah, it's my cousin." Well, there's another Matt Hall where he's from. So I was like, "Holy shit, I'm here."
Gotcha.
But,
Alright, so you're just basically saying, drag her feet, she's gonna turn up. That's what kind of you're saying, you don't expect foul play.
you know, I mean, I don't want to get, her kids are going around,
Yeah.
you know, getting excited, that's fine, it's
Right,
fine.
right.
But she's done this before, I mean, I don't want to get everybody all worked up excited for when she shows up tomorrow.
Well, the flags that I'm seeing aren't the ones that are scaring me as far as anything other than, I mean, she left the ring here, and that's a, you know, a
That's
big
big.
one, she took some
Our
money
daughter's-
cash.
I mean, our daughter's the biggest one.
Right,
You know,
right.
Christina,
Absolutely.
you know, I just wanted to go home.
Right.
I'm not worried.
So
It ticks
she,
me off about what they've been doing, but it's only fucking money we make, so whatever.
you got a better attitude than me, I know.
I've been divorced before,
Yeah.
and I farmed my whole life, you know, and I had a lot of goals we set out to do, and I reached them all, and I lost. We had a vegetable farm up in Manchester. In 2015, we damn near lost everything because we bought the vegetable farm. We lost probably $25–30 million on that deal. And we're just finally getting our asses back on top and getting out from under them. But now we didn't file bankruptcy, we got everybody paid.
Do you have a lake house, a Florida house?
No, we got motor homes that we take.
Oh, yeah.
That was our splurge, motor home.
Have you checked the property then? Obviously, I'm not like stupid, but obviously the motor home, make sure it's
We
not.
checked everywhere.
Okay.
We've been everywhere, building everywhere.
Who in the heck is she gonna leave with? Because her vehicles are still here, and it's still here.
That's what we're puzzled about.
Yeah.
That's what we're puzzled.
And unfortunately, or whatever, Terry's now been quit or fired.
Well, he come around this morning, I talked to him, and I think he's gonna come back another week, or a few days. He said, "I'll think about it." I said, "I really want you to stay."
How did he come back here? Did you call him first?
I
He came
called
back?
I called him.
You said, hey, come up here?
I says, "Hey, Terry, can you go up here on a coffee?"
Yeah. Okay.
And he said, "Yeah, I'll go."
Alright.
We all have a good relationship still. I mean,
Right.
Terry, he talked to Dee, we talked to him. It's just, there's a friction. Like I say, Dee's a fixer. You know, it don't matter what the problem is, she's gonna try and fix it. If you don't listen to her, you know, her answer on how to fix it, she's mad. I mean,
Okay.
her ways are right.
Alright, well, with that being said, I think I got plenty just to start.
What do we need to do, or what?
No, I mean, like I said, I checked a few things. The bank, I mean, that's the first one to see, hey, is there activity there, whether it's good or bad, you know, someone could still steal her stuff and use an
Right.
ATM card. And it's not active, but she's old school, she's using cash, if you will. No, I think you're doing fine.
Yeah, my daughter's my biggest concern
Right.
now. Because,
But when we'll do that, so in the event it's a fair or something else, you know, crap, I'm screwing everything up, you know, leave the daughter with you, because that's, you know, decent or whatever, you're good or whatever, and take off. I mean, I've seen that before, instead of taking, you know, the child. Of course, we see it the other way a lot too, where they take the
In the
child.
back of my mind, I'm thinking maybe she's addicted to some drugs. I think some drugs had something to do with it, but I mean, I don't.
But you're not saying the morphine or anything like I mean, which is actually
Oxycodone
narcotic,
or
right,
whatever the hell it
pills
is.
and stuff, right.
Like I say, I go out in the motor room, there's fucking bottles, everywhere I go, there's bottles of them. I mean, I know Matt, yeah, he's gave her prescriptions for them.
Yeah.
But it's 50 pills or something.
Right.
This is like hundreds of pills, I mean, this is more than what came with the prescription, okay? And they're in everything.
Or doctor shopping, which I really shouldn't be able to happen. The other doctors should be able to see it.
But when she did her, when she came down, she tested, she went and did a quick test at code, because she felt like shit for a week, she was in here nuts. She's like, "No, you feel?" I'm like, "Yeah, I felt a little sick, like at work." And she says, "I feel bad." My ex-wife called me, they figured out my son, he works at Tiva in Akron.
Okay.
He gave it to his mother and sister and his stepdad, and then they gave it to everybody over here. That's the fact she puts in the microwave.
Is this hers then? Discharger? Okay. Is these diapers? Grandkid or something?
Yeah, we got
Okay.
8 grandbabies.
Okay. And then that's her on the right again, right?
Yes, that's Patty, real close.
Trash? See, what day's your trash day?
Trash day, we burned up that.
Okay. What about your cans and stuff?
Everything gets burned, we just sort through it.
You burn cans?
Well, we
Is that hot?
put all the paper, we burn everything, and we pick the metal off.
Okay.
We get those stuff.
Let's see,
There's
just
trash here,
thanks.
there's trash here, like the bulk will be taken out.
Vacuum cleaner, must have, get the vacuum cleaner, empty that in there? Okay. Alright. Okay.
Next one, I was trying to figure out where, that's Gardner White, must be some furnished winter daughters over the house.
What's the other one right here?
Found this in there, from the car in the bottom, you need a gift card? $50 gift card for 12.16.
9 o'clock Monday, 10 o'clock Thursday, any,
It's on the check stub.
Basil boys, February, way back in February. Oh, you said you were gonna do, so she did 170 grand?
Well, I'm gonna look and see where it went.
Right.
I don't know where it went.
Let's see, the card date on this one. Back 2 3, so it's been a little
Yeah,
bit.
it's been a little while.
I thought your son, or her, who was that? Her son. Yeah, I thought he kinda did the finances.
He does.
Sounds like someone needs to kind of do a little audit. If he
Yeah.
didn't realize it was
That's
170,000.
just doing his personal audit.
Alright. I'm back at work at 7 a.m. Okay, I work Monday through Thursday, 10 hour
You got a
shifts.
call this morning that I called?
I did not.
Okay, did, Officer Hall get it?
If you left a message for Hall, it'd be on his voicemail, so I think he's.
I know you passed it over to you, or did Zach and then get a hold of you then, or is that?
Zach, a couple people did.
Zach or Dustin?
Well, it's not just that, they're apparently friends of friends of friends. One's a U.S. Marshal, a friend.
Oh, okay, that'd be Randy's.
And I
Okay.
know his last name, but I don't know.
Kane?
Nope.
No.
So I don't know who.
Oh, that would be your other friend's, yeah.
Okay, so that's one, and then, there's a Tecumseh cop. He
That's-
just called me.
That's, Maddie's dad. Remember the picture you see her with? That's her dad.
Okay,
Paul.
yeah, he's one that just called me.
Okay.
I mean, literally, so I just got this.
Okay, yeah, because Maddie was here this morning, she fed the dog and, just gave me a hug and
Yeah.
cried a little bit.
So that's how I got the call, and we're like, no, we got somebody missed, and we need to know, we as detectives need to know about it.
And it's not here, out here.
She actually left you no notes.
What's that?
She left you no notes.
No, I never, my note name's me was our daughter.
Yeah, take it real quick. Does she do the garden or flowers and stuff, or no? No, if, all right, if you hear anything or whatever, you just, at this point, you can call me, you don't have to mess with Paul if you want, or not man, just call me, even if she shows up, I'll come up and talk to her, just whatever, when she's awake in a day or two or something. And if there's anything more you can think, you just get a hold of me that I need to do, but I'll start working on it at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, looking at a few things, see if I can figure something out.
Yeah.
All right. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. I'm sure it'll be on here. I sure hope that he did it. Yes. Dale. Oh, you're kidding me. I'll mark him down. For that one. I don't know why he didn't have your number. 605.
605-6961.
What is the next series of body cameras you watch regarding this case?
It would have been the daytime of the next day on the 27th.
Okay, so you say the daytime. Were there two separate sets?
There was one at night and then one during the day.
Okay. And during the daytime, they spent a little time walking around the property, and after that, is there a conversation regarding the Hummer that takes place?
There is.
Okay, at this time, we'd play Exhibit 212.
Oh, this
She's
was
always left, but she's always.
Yeah. She didn't turn her shit off before, did she?
Well, a few days she never answered me. I don't know if the phone's off or on, she won't answer me, she's always answers Zach for her tell.
And it's off though, I mean, you know, with us checking
Yeah,
out.
if you look, I mean, it doesn't say delivered on your phone.
Absolutely, right. See some trap in there. Got it written down, but again, I just had it in my mind a second ago. Dang it. Let's see. So we're looking at our phone. Chelsea Hospital already said no.
Is there another hospital that you would want to?
That's your main psychiatric one. We have Hickman. Hard to check that one. Hickman is our local one, but they would normally send her to Chelsea or maybe Ann Arbor. It's a technical partner. Dale, can you also check Hickman out?
It looks like he started it halfway through, so I apologize. We're going to start it from the beginning.
He stumped. Sunday, 6 a.m. is the last with you, right? Or is it? Okay, yeah. Yeah, then I looked at your phone, and I think you want to see 11, noon, or 1 as you sent a message, and remember.
Yeah, so watching one was 8:45.
That's one, yep. So I think you're the last one, 6 a.m. I don't think anybody else has come up. Okay. And your therapist guy, like I said, you haven't called me back yet either. I just looked at mine and one work I haven't sent. I think most of everything's already gone over. Did Angelina, I know, did she actually come here at all yesterday to change clothes or anything?
She was, what do you mean, during the day?
Yeah, oh, cool. Okay, all right, I thought, I just remember you said she went,
You know, that's my brother's girlfriend picked her up.
Okay.
Breakfast here, I went out the truck, said, come on, we gotta get going. She wants to sit up and see what to do. I come back, contact her.
Okay. Vehicle wise, so the Hummer was over there, and then you brought it back over here, right? Hers, I mean, she put it over there, and that's your knowledge, she drove, no one else back.
Well, family.
So, but most likely she took it.
Yeah, and no one else here.
Yeah, and then the key then, did she, I mean, did you?
That's it.
Okay. You guys are gonna get hit, just to tell you, these days.
I mean, it's worse trying to find the damn key.
Yeah, well, not just that, they're gonna bust in the door and do stuff anyway.
We had, years ago, when it was
Yeah, more bad employees house, I asked you if you had a Florida or a, lake house, you said no, but I understand, you take that as being Zach's house, and I said, no, that's his house, that's not anything. Cameras, did you put up the trail cams at all, or no?
I did not.
Okay.
My son was supposed to bring me home.
Okay. And to be honest with you, at this point, I don't see her, I mean, if she comes back, I think she's coming back, but I don't know. Or to come back and now, after several days.
Well, today's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, so I look forward to not tomorrow.
Really? When the other siblings or whatever, no, I mean, someone always knows.
Well,
What she's done, she's your wife and she's done stuff before, not to this level. And
she's always left, but she's always
Yeah. She didn't turn her shit off before, did she?
well, if she leaves, she never will answer me. So I don't know if the phone's off or on, she won't answer me, she's always answered Zach or Cal.
And it's off though, I mean, with us checking
Whenever
every
you look, I mean, it doesn't say delivered on your phone.
Absolutely, right. See some trail cam back. Never written down, but again, I just had it in my mind just a second ago. Man. Let's see. So we're looking at our phone. Chelsea Hospital already said no.
Is there any other hospitals that you would want to?
That's your main psychiatric one. We have Hickman. Partner check that out. And Hickman is our local one, but they would normally send her to Chelsea or maybe Ann Arbor. It's like that's my partner. Dale, can you also check Hickman Hospital?
And during the course of this same interview, was there a discussion about tracking devices on the vehicles?
Yes, there was.
All right, we're going to play Exhibit 213.
Your Honor, may we take a comfort break at this time?
Yeah.
Okay,
Why
great.
don't we break for about 10 minutes?
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll come back and start there.
I was in process for the last break, right?
Oh, okay.
But, yeah.
we ready to have the jury brought back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maybe see it. Why is it can't continue?
I believe we were getting ready to play Exhibit 213.
I think I can sell it to the boss now because we've done everything else that she hasn't. The only thing on the opposite of any suspicion part is with a gold bag, you know, her makeup and stuff. I mean, she took that stuff. But dang it, who the hell she go with is the question. I do remember another question. I'm sorry, redo it before I forget. This came up through a couple different things, but both vehicles. And I looked at you guys before. I'm 52 years old, never been married, I don't have any kids. That's just me real quick. Always thought I'd be married. This didn't happen. This job and stuff I've seen in 28 years, you wonder. But two things that kind of got brought up. The Hummer and then the Escalade. So a Hummer, a GPS unit inside that, and then the Escalade, the OnStar being activated.
Well, that's like what was going about those.
Yeah. Right.
Like what we think, what's wrong with it.
Yeah.
So, the guy's picture of the hospital phones. So,
What year is it?
doesn't stop. So, if they change that, then we're fine, but I left that day diagnostic too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Found out, oh my God.
Right.
Well, that's Mike. I was talking to Kellen, because they didn't go through your head, what everything's going on, what's going on. I said, she didn't take the escalator, she's afraid to do something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And she didn't take the Hummer because she's afraid I put something to look at.
And that is what I'm saying. That's my only reason with her not taking them. That's the only thing I can come up with. Another one is she's going from dude's house, she's married, and can't have a car in the driveway, you know, or just going through separation. And that's me straightforward to you. I'm trying to figure this out. So those would be my two things. You know, whether she's paranoid, if you can track, and then two, well, hell, if I take my vehicle and someone sees it in his driveway, you know, whoever that is, if he exists, there's that. So I mean, I appreciate this. These answers are great, and you're helping me through this. I'm just trying to do the same thing and help you. To be honest with you, I think you pretty much have done every single thing I've done so far for the most part, calling people. Yep. Damn. Well, help, because now I've pretty much exhausted every freaking thing I have. Well, I just one other thing. One part of TLO Tran something is a search engine for us, tells us properties. So he ran your name and her name just to see what properties you own. But so Sand Lake, you know, this is so Sand Lake House, 50 and I said Highway or something to Cedar Point property. How much acres you got there? Jesus. And then I would have read the paper that they finally basically
shut that down, the Cedar Point part. And I thought I heard something recent in there. You get, or you, I know it was you guys, I know.
Well, we parked the camper, and council was trying to sue us for starting.
You know what, at this point, do you know what you're doing, other than paying taxes on the place?
Farm.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So
So you guys went up there, did go for those building stuff up there?
no, I haven't done any of those yet. I mean, you know, we wanna start here and then go kind of go on there. But family members said they have.
Yes.
Everything else, every single place, including this place, sounds like it's been done by you guys. I just, whatever, I can shut my boss up, I'm pretty sure he's gonna be shut up at this point, but it's not even that. And I need to check these things off, and I wanna find your wife. So Sand Lake, a Cedar Point property, 400 roughly. And there's a cabin on that one, is that what, or no?
Farm, in fact.
Left barn, okay. What else? Property,
Facility down the road.
Packington or something, what, do you have an address to that or no? Cross Street?
Back to the Palmer.
And she has 10 cows or something that she, you give me, she doesn't sell beef, she doesn't have, okay, so she's roughly got 10 or something cattle.
We just got steers over at the farm.
Oh, that's not this one, okay, so. Pocklington, Palmer, how many acres is that?
Saturday, Thursday.
And there's, is that one, so the cattle's not there, what do you guys do there? It's fine.
Yeah, just straight.
Barn and, okay. And then I'm sorry, what's the one, Northley?
Yes, no,
How many acres there?
that's just really fun.
Okay. No building at all, no
They
shed.
got a building, lots of steers are at, that's right, facilities.
Is that the one that has a house where that guy takes care of your stuff or whatever, or no, that's totally wrong, I'm off on that.
House, you know, lives there, we rent from here.
And then that guy takes care of your cattle or no?
No, he used to years ago, but now my son was doing, he retired, so.
Let's see, so those, well, obviously this, which I always call this, longer. Any other ones? I already asked you about Florida, any others? Something else we did, I got partners just sitting in the office doing computer stuff. He got a hold of, Metro Airport, and so far they're saying, knows that. I think what else? Oh, you're wrong, I'm just trying to be completely, telling you everything we've done so you know that we're doing our job as well. You guys did travel, you got whatever phone call or whatever, say, hey, you still got 30 days worth of something traveling or something, and so you try to burn through some of that before you lose it.
We got unlimited vacation club package for,
We gotta hang out.
we were supposed to be there a few weeks ago, I said, we can't go yet.
Gotcha. Did she go with someone else, her daughter or something?
So that's, you got two now, so.
Gotcha. And I think I talked to you about that, so, well, actually, COVID was, she never really went anywhere to a hospital, or she was never, inpatient.
That's what she's got.
Came back positive. Gotcha. Anything else? I got you. But I do appreciate it. Well, it's nice to know my boss. I want my wife back. Yep. Oh, no, that's where I'm at. Right. You want to get it? Yep.
Did you go back to the Munger farm?
I did,
And what was the first date that you went back there?
on 4/29.
All right, and do you recall approximately what time it was?
It would have been early afternoon, mid-afternoon.
All right, and we're gonna show you, exhibit 204. When you arrived at the Munger farm, where did you go?
So we went to the sprayer barn, which would be the far right barn there on the map.
Okay, can you zoom that in? That building?
Yes.
Okay, and when you arrived there, who did you go with?
Myself and Detective Greco.
All right, and what did you observe when you went in?
So we went in, Dale was inside of the building. They had a semi pulled in there that was running, and it was very loud.
Okay, I'm gonna show you People's Exhibit 82. And is that just inside that sprayer barn?
Yes.
Okay. People's Exhibit 83? Is that inside the spray barn?
Yes.
Okay. People's Exhibit 84? What am I looking at in People's Exhibit 84?
Yeah, so if you see that camouflage area, that's a large safe that was sitting up against the wall.
Okay.
And then there was heavy-duty chains that were laying on the floor.
Okay, right there in front of the pallet?
Yes, that pallet jack there, yep.
Okay. Number 85? Okay, again, what's this?
Yep, so that was when we were standing there talking to Dale, we as in myself and Detective Greca. He kind of was bladed towards that anhydrous tank behind him there, and he was spraying, hosing off the floor.
Okay, and did you guys come out of that sprayer barn?
Yeah, upon his request, he was spraying off the floor. He said he had some chemicals on the ground, and he asked us to leave the barn so that he could finish spraying it off.
Okay. And on this date, did you guys have a conversation with Dale?
Yes,
All right, you stay outside for a little bit of time though, correct?
I do, yes.
All right, so at this time, we'll play Exhibit 217, where they ask the defendant to start discussing Saturday moving forward.
At the Thursday, so something like last year, something roughly. So let's go back to Saturday morning. Let's start with that one. Saturday morning. You're shaking your head, yeah.
Well, I tried to go.
You guys see what I did Saturday morning?
Yeah, it's, I know we did Saturday morning because I had my son and Ivan was with me. They got here.
Well, I'm gonna try it. So you wake up Saturday morning, are you both in bed, or you remember that one? Was she out or no?
No, we're both in Saturday morning. As far as I can remember, yeah, we're both in bed. I got up and
Roughly what time do you get up?
I usually get up about 6 or 7.
So that the standard that is,
Yeah, I
yeah.
get up.
Okay, and you know, stuff together, you question or you believe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we were. So,
Okay. Saturday. All right, and you get up, she's sitting in bed, she's like, yeah, she's a little slower than you were.
she stays in bed. She don't get up.
What roughly was her time?
Well, she had to have I thought she had to have my daughter to a soccer game at 9, but it turned out it was 11. So I imagine she probably got up around 8:30, 9 o'clock.
We'll try to stay over there, so.
But that would be probably a question for Raquel, because she probably called text back and forth with Raquel, so whenever you see a text message in the morning, you know she's out.
Okay. And they are getting that stuff right now, you know, from your order as well. If the text was on that, yeah, from you got yours right now. But so 6 a.m. roughly, you woke up Saturday, 8:30 roughly, or so after 6 we
After 6, and
we'll try to run in order best you can.
I'm trying to think, we could look, I'd have to go out and look at the time card to see when Jared and my son got here, because we've got stuff around the tile on Saturday morning.
So you're on the farm until you drive there, you believe you're here until you go to the farm.
Well, we had, I'm trying to think, we moved all the machinery over Friday night. It seems like Dee Dee brought us back. If I'm on the right day, it seems like Dee Dee brought us back pizza from Basil Boys on Friday night. We were over putting tile in, and I take the highway. If you come out to the night, you see the tile, and that's maybe 7 still. We were there late till about 9 or 10, put tile in.
Right.
Did it right. I mean, my son was the time cards would show that we're there putting tile in, and we wanted to finish up. We got a roll left to finish up because we're trying to get into this about rain. So we went over there that morning. That's where we were, that Saturday morning.
Okay, so you get stuff on here, then you go over that, that's, you take your next.
Right, we had to get batteries and stuff for the sawzalls, the drills, and tile, couplers, and tape and stuff we took from here.
Roughly what time do you think you left here to go to
I think it was around 8. Just trying to think if there's any breakdowns or major problems. It was Saturday, so all the trucks were here. The mechanics were working on the trucks.
And you actually, I'm sorry, what some did you go with, or are these separate vehicles, but at least he's kind of there too, or not? Or that was he not with you?
You know what,
son-in-law came over. Ivan wasn't here. Ivan had to take, took a semi-load. He drove for Todd on Saturday. He had to take a load. So Ivan would be Friday night. He brought us back pizza and food at the field. And then we all came back here and had some more in the house when we got back. And then Saturday, we got up. Ivan had to drive for Todd. He had all, I don't know, some feed or something to an elevator. So Jaron and I went over there. We started to put tile in. Brian, did I go spray? I can't remember if I sprayed it. I have to look in my logbook. I might have sprayed the load off first and Saturday morning.
What would that have been in between?
But we were tiling, regardless of what I did before I got, if I was in a sprayer or if I was tiling. We were at the field tiling when Dee took Angelina to the soccer game, and that's when she called me, and that's when I was aware of there was an argument with Terry. Did I lose your? I mean,
Yes, you did. So, if you sprayed on Saturday,
it would have been. I can't. Yeah, it would be before the tile.
So I'm gonna put spray question mark before that.
Yeah, because I mean, I jumped.
What field did you hit then?
I have my log. I have to spray. I mean,
Okay, no,
that's.
we're not gonna take that.
We fall back on a crutch when we got all these sprayers and they got all these computers in them. You forget what you've done. You can go punch in the computer and it tells you it's there and what you did. So.
Spray possibly on.
I can't remember if I sprayed first and then we went to the field and put tile in. But anyways, we were over tiling.
So Jaron, you tipped the highway tiling with the 8 o'clock.
With Brian.
Yep, right.
And then roughly I can't remember if I called you or she called me. I called her before 9 to ask her if she was at the game and how the game was going. And she said, no, the game is at 11. It's not. I thought she told me 9 or 10. So I called her early and she hadn't left home yet. And I said, okay, well, call me and let me know how the game's going, because she's giving me a field trip because I wasn't going to my daughter's soccer team. So, and then roughly, God, it was like, probably 11:30 because the game was going on, and she called me, and she says, are you by yourself? And I says, no, I'm with Tyler, what's your Brian? Well, get by yourself. And that's when she said, how did she word it? Why are you telling me to help when I'm taking Xanax or something like that? And I was like floored, and like, what are you talking about? You're telling me to help when I'm taking Xanax? I says, no, I'm not telling you to help when you're taking anything. And you told Terry this, and I says, no, I did not. I haven't talked to Terry in like a month, because he's one of the drivers. He rolls in Friday night late or Saturday. I don't see him. So, but just before, Friday is the day that she got into it with Terry. I didn't know this until then. So anyways, that's when she says, you told Terry this. I said, I did not, Dee. I don't know why you're upset, because what Terry does on his own time is his business. Just drop it. And that's when she says, well, I'm all done with fucking selling everything. We're done. And she hung up the phone, and I had no more contact with her the rest of the day. I tried to call her several times, and she wouldn't answer the phone. And she went over to her daughter Amber's.
All done, we're selling everything.
And I was dumbfounded. I walked back and we just finished putting tile in. And I was just dumbfounded. I didn't say nothing to the boys. I'm thinking, what the hell did you were to say we're selling everything? And I'm thinking,
And it's still about that 11:30 phone call that you're talking about.
yeah, right.
Okay.
Well, because she was still at the soccer game and LCS.
Yeah.
So she said that, and I didn't talk to her the rest of the day because she wouldn't answer her phone. And then I came home. I'm trying to remember what time I got home. And I think it was roughly about 8 o'clock. We'd have to go look at the boys' time cards because it punched out when we got back home. So that was
So you're tiling all the way through to 8 o'clock at the farm, wherever they're on.
I'm trying to think, where did we go after that? We got the tile. I think we were over the tiles.
back Saturday, she's in the house. I go up to the house. First I got here and I went out and seen Evangeline, we did her chicken chores, which they weren't done, so I came up and got her, and we went out and did the chicken chores.
You know, the chicken.
No, sometimes we don't have so. Her chores weren't done, so I came and got her, and he was over here sitting in the chair. I could tell she's all upset, her face was red and all fucked up, and crying. She didn't say nothing to me. I said, I'm gonna take Evangeline out to do chores. She said, okay, that's fine. I took Evangeline out, we did the chores, and we come back in, I said, Dee, I'm gonna take Evangeline, and we're gonna go over to the other farm and check the steers, because my son was spreading fertilizer. We came back from town, he went to spread fertilizer. I think I went across the road and fist some ground. I mean,
After 8 p.m.?
no, before and we did tiling, and I think we both came back, he went to spread fertilizer, and I was in the tractor across the road here, something. And I think, I can't remember which frickin' day. I mean, it sounds like I didn't know what I was doing, but the more I talk about it, the more I can kind of remember what we're doing. But I know my son was spreading fertilizer that night because we went over to check the steers at the other farm because he didn't have time to do chores because he was in the dry store spreading fertilizer. So I came in and told Dee that I wanted to take Angelina with me to check the cattle over to the farm.
So you definitely, you tile, so now maybe you're done at 6 feet. How big of a field, how long did it take?
Well, we only had one roll of tile to put in, and then we'll start, the sprinkle rain on and off, and then we ran out of tile, and we quit, so, I mean, without the time cards, like I said, I mean, I can, well, if you want a definite, exact answer.
No, I mean, it's rough now, but no, wait a second. So the field, how long did it take you to till the field?
I didn't really do a few rounds, and see over there, there wasn't much, it was getting late, so I just came over.
So maybe morning instead of 8 p.m. getting here.
Well, it was still about 8 when I got here.
But
I mean, for the time we was tiling until 8 p.m. here, there might have been some other things that was in between, but I mean, I don't remember for sure,
a
but
fit in the field across the
I
street.
think I did go over there and fit, but I know my son was spreading fertilizer because I came in and told her that we were gonna go check the cattle at the other farm, and she says, no, you can't, Amy called, and Jenny was gonna go over and play with Hazel. I'm like, well, was this planned? Because, you know, I was gonna take her over here, and I ain't seen her all day. I didn't say this, but I'm thinking this myself, I didn't see me all day. I wanna take my daughter with me over there. She said, no, she's coming to get herself. When I stayed here, I jumped in the truck and drove over to Tom's, checked the cattle out, talked to him for a few minutes over there, because he's having an auction of the bird.
Roughly time, you had the times?
Probably about not close to 9. Because when I got back here, it was normally.
Okay.
So, when I got back
Where
here,
you roughly see that?
normally,
Okay.
2 miles straight, if you went 2 miles straight to the left, then.
Good. It was, roughly 9, my question. You know, you go there,
Check the cattle, went there, looked them all, if they need feed, walked out, talked to Tom for a little bit. Because he's having an auction, like I say, on the first. And then I headed back here, Angelina was gone, because Amy came and picked her up in the meantime. I asked Dee if she just won't want us out to eat, because she was setting all the staff, and since I got that hamburger thought out in the grid, I said, I'll make some burgers, what do you want to eat? No, I don't want to. I don't feel like it. She says, you know, Terry quit today. I says, no, I did not. Oh, I know what it was. I didn't get back. Scratch it. Saturday, we got done tiling. Todd took me down to Finley to bring back the truck that was worked on. It's coming back. It might take a while.
well, you are right, it's either Finley or Fayette.
It was Finley. We went down to Finley and picked up the truck and brought back. So
now roughly what time is that?
I'm thinking I'm still back here about 8:30, 7:30, 8 o'clock is when I got back. All Finley. God, I think we left here around 3:30. Hour and a half down, hour and a half back.
Okay,
So,
your phone number is 7150,
Okay.
so I'm just trying to keep.
okay, well, it's coming to me. It's coming to me.
Maybe you might have just let you go.
No, it's coming to me. So that's what.
4:30, and 4:30.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, for what purpose?
We got a truck down there, we need to feed it breakfast burritos Saturday sometime on the way home. So she got one of the breakfast burritos out, and I made some toast, she got one of the breakfast burritos and half warmed up. And we sat down over there and ate the breakfast burrito. And she kind of was getting calmed down, I thought, well, okay, she's calming down, this will be good. This is laying on the floor, I'll rub your back, so your head goes away. She laid on the floor.
Roughly what time are you thinking this is?
I think this is around midnight, 1 o'clock. So she laid on the floor, but she took, I don't know, she was looking near the midriff, I don't know what the hell's in it. She took one straight up. I didn't think it could go. Anyways, it's midriff is where she takes for the migraines. Okay. And she took 3 of them, and I thought she was only supposed to take 1. But anyways, regardless. So she started calming down, I rubbed her back, her shoulders, she started calming down. And she started getting where she's gonna go to sleep. And I said, just go to sleep, honey. She's like, and she started, we was watching TV, and she kinda dozed off, went to sleep. So I picked her up, put her on the couch, tucked her in, went to bed. This was probably 2 o'clock, and then I got to bed. She's just half-assed, no, she actually completely grabbed. No, I didn't do this. Yeah, she helped. She was just, you know, if your kid's kind of asleep, you get them up there and healthy enough to get in bed, drop over, and you cover them up. So then she went to sleep and she was snoring away. I went to bed. When I got up, I come out and she was still, snoring hard, like she was really sleeping. Roughly 6 a.m. Roughly 6. Yeah, she was sleeping on the couch. And, you know, so I went outside. I went out. I went out through this door, I got the loader, come around this way, and I looked in, she's still sleeping. And I got back in the loader, went around, I had to get some different chemicals. Of course, nothing's ready to go first thing, so I had to screw
they're looking at the cameras. He's trying to get on the camera system and see if we can find out what's going on. And he walks through, and I walk through there too. But this time I walk through and I go over to my desk, because she's in the middle part, and our wedding ring's on my desk. So that's, with her not taking Angelina, which every time she's ever left and went to Jack's house, she's always took Angelina, right? And this time she didn't take Angelina, and when I walk through the office, her ring is on my desk. That's what just, something is fucking wrong.
Right.
And then somebody picked her up.
Yeah, couple things here. The ring part. Well, what cameras? How many cameras are here? Functioning and non-functioning.
They're all functioning, but the problem is the cameras were put in to watch the help and watch, make sure school wasn't being stolen and office stuff wasn't being stolen. There's nothing in here.
The one in the office is the one where the ring aspect. You know, is that one?
Well, that one isn't. That's no. It's in the main office where you walk in the doors.
Mm-hmm.
My office is basically the next was the lunchroom. I get pushed to the lunchroom. That's where my office is. But right there. So if you come in the door down by Todd's, where Todd's office is, the very end, there's no cameras there. So if you come in the door, come in.
So she could have came in there, dropped off the ring, she'll have me on camera. What about the vehicle, the Hummer? Would that have made the camera? Okay. So camera's not
Because,
the vehicle.
well, the Hummer would have been on there if she went that way, but the Hummer come out and went this way, and the cameras in the shop don't reach out this far.
The Hummer, you know, she doesn't normally drive that, whatever.
She loved to drive. I cut her off on driving the Hummer, so she didn't drive it anymore.
And this is someone was saying, it's basically been a month since she's moved that thing.
Since we got back from Florida.
Okay.
And
But then what she does?
She's rode the Hummer 2-3 times in the last few weeks because she's brought me food to the field with it. She'll drive the Hummer out in the field, so.
Yeah.
But she hasn't been driving the Hummer because I had it in parked with the camper. I parked it inside because I didn't want
Okay,
it
so
outside.
the Hummer behind
I
the
told
camper.
behind the camper. And, you know, it only gets like 5-6 miles a gallon. She used to drive it every freaking where. I'm like, Dee, stop driving it. Just drive it. Well, you know, the Volkswagen gets 50 miles a gallon, but she wouldn't be caught that.
No, I got you.
So, I just see what you guys.
Get that, yeah.
But, so, you know, so I basically told her not to drive the Hummer anymore, so.
Yeah, for whatever reason, but she wasn't taking anything to the field, unless you're not, so you really don't know why she didn't Hummer, not that.
Well, I told you, I think it's because she figured, she knows I can track her, and that's why I did that and stuff.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, my device that I plugged into it was a diagnostic thing that also does the tracking.
Yeah.
My son-in-law had it, and he gave it to me because he bought a vehicle and plugged it in, and it didn't work, so he gave it to me, and I'm all cool. I put it in my pickup for a while, and it worked great. Diagnostic glow plugs weren't working and all that. So I pulled it out, and I stuck it in the Hummer, figured, because it was missing, making noise, it would work. When we put it in there, and it wouldn't come online, it wouldn't work, so he was going in online to see if he could get it to work. And we forgot it was in there, so hell, it had been in there 6 months, it wouldn't work or do anything. Well, she found it in there, and she said, oh my God, you've been tracking me all this time. Even though it never worked, it was good, because now she thought I could follow her, find her where.
With that being said, we either have anything on it now, so you think
Just
that
an OnStar does, that's believable, you can find that in there.
And then that one,
That does that, so it never has.
Alright, I guess, would you really, the reason for that, you know, I mean, I'm sorry, the Hummer not going down there, just whatever, just wanna grab, or was there?
What do you mean?
The Hummer, when it was actually down there, so,
I think she was paranoid and thought there was still a tracker in it.
okay, so you think that's what you put down?
Yeah, I think she knew that this one could be tracked, she went out on this one, and then she pulled out, went down there, put the ring in my desk, went back out, and said, oh, fuck, you can probably track this too, because he knows everywhere I go.
So in theory,
I'm talking off the cuff, I'm guessing, I mean, I don't know, I need this now.
so in theory, she could make a phone call, and we should get that on her, through her phone, whoever's gonna pick her up, in theory.
No, because she's got another phone.
Let's go and talk about that, how do you know that, or what?
Well, now I know, and when we went to Mexico, I can't tell you the date. I mean, I'd have to look back and find it. It's been a while ago. It's been almost 6 months to a year when we were in Mexico. We went down to Mexico, I just kind of blew it off because it wasn't worth the battle. When we went and checked into our room, it was unpacking. There was 2 phones in our suitcase, in her suitcase. And I got it out. Well, she had the suitcase open, and I went to the other room. And I come back, there's 2 phones in her suitcase bag laying there. I says, where'd the other phone come from? Whose phone is that? Oh, it was in the room when we got here. I was gonna take it down to the office and turn it in. We're on vacation, I'm not gonna start an argument. No, it wasn't. Fuck
iPhone, was it?
It's an iPhone.
iPhone.
No, it's a newer, it was at least a 10.
At least 10.
Yeah, but it's a newer one. But it looked like, you know, one of the ones you get like at Walmart, one of the track phones, the burn phones or whatever. It wasn't one you got well.
Well, iPhones look like iPhones.
Same,
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like the cases looked like came from like a Walmart black track phone case. It wasn't the fancy.
Did you ever discuss that with her? You know, I mean, you don't want to argue.
I wasn't gonna bring up an argument.
Yeah.
It wasn't, at that point, it wasn't worth the argument, because I already know the answer I'm gonna get, it's not my phone.
Yeah. And,
Then the other thing is she would just tell me that it was, you know, one of the other employees' phones, or someone else's phone, so I, it wasn't worth the battle.
Yeah.
That's, you know, going to council talking to Craig, you got learned to choose your battles. So I'm guessing that that other phone is who she was using in contacts. And I don't know how we ever did. No,
we need to find, I've got a few things to search. Whether some guy doesn't buy or somebody doesn't buy it for her, give it to her, or.
Well, yeah, here,
Or you just pay as you go type thing, you don't even give them your info. Give the IT guy,
I mean, the only thing is that you might, I don't know if you can even do it, if it was ever hooked to our Wi-Fi, can you tell if something was hooked to your Wi-Fi?
we're on that right now.
So that would be the only way that I can think you could find that phone, but everybody that pulls in your phone was the Wi-Fi, you have a list of 1,000 fucking phones on.
Alright.
I mean, anytime anybody comes, your sales guys and everybody has the Wi-Fi, and the meetings or whatever. But that's, yeah.
And it is, that is, like I said, it's a fake.
Yeah, I knew I was,
I'll be nasty
I
there.
was talking through it, like, man, can go mess around for Saturday. You know, like,
I would not be that bad, I'm sure. I can tell you not. Well,
and I did get a hold of Craig, and he hasn't heard from me or anything. I got home the other day. Ever get a hold of him?
I did, I did, the counselor, you know, so yeah.
Craig?
Yeah, I just talked to him today.
Okay.
Said, you guys did do a January, it was had set up for February. Talked on the phone, canceled for one reason or another, she did not even.
I thought she was still going, but.
Oh, you thought still since then, did she still?
That's what I talked to
And on 429, you and Detective Greca continue having conversation with Dale Warner, is that correct?
We do, yep.
One of those conversations deals with the camera system and the passwords, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, I would be playing Exhibit 260 at this time.
The 5200 is missing.
Well, that's money that she took out of state, which, that's her money, whatever. But, so I'm going, man, I don't know, like, all Kyle, when Dee was here, she talked to Kyle before, when we got back to Florida, because we got new phones down there. Well, the camera system wasn't working on mine, when you get a new phone, you gotta put all that shit back in to make it work. So I called Kyle to come up and fix my camera, or my security system on my phone. In the meantime, I told him, I says, I'm gonna change the passwords on everything, because, you know, I don't want Dee getting in. I told him, I wanna change the password on the cameras first, because Dee's got another phone, she's got the password for the camera system. She can look on it and see everything that we're doing during the day, and then she can come in the office and do whatever she wants. But she'll know nobody's there.
So that's why you wanted to.
So I wanted to change it, so she couldn't know what's going on, and at that time, I wasn't so sure that Zach wasn't in on it too. Because, I mean, this is early on, we're before day 3. Until day 3, I was convinced that she's over at Zach's house, I didn't care what anybody told me, they know where she's at. But now, she's not. I mean, so that's why I changed it, and I didn't go to the banks and change anything else. I could have, and I probably ain't gonna say I should have, because I want the biggest thing is I want my wife back. No matter what she did, it's irrelevant at this point. I don't know why she left him to win. Just that girl's the world.
Right.
So, but that's why I changed the password. And I know Zach was pissed off because Kyle said that Zach was calling him 5 minutes after he changed the password. I'm thinking, I didn't even know he had access to my camera system on his phone. I thought, look at it here. That was news to me. And he was mad because I didn't give him the password back. And I thought, no, my wrong.
But then did you at some point give him some access or
You can
no?
look at it in the office. I mean, I don't have no problem with that look at the stuff, but I don't feel at this time that he has the right to have my security system on his phone. This is still Dee's in my business. You know, he works for us as an employee. He's not part of this. He's family, but this is Dee's in my business.
And again, same date, is there a discussion with the defendant about what the arguments are about that night?
Yes, there is.
Okay, we'd play Exhibit 218 at this time.
There's no fights over money. It's like I told you in the message. We can make more money. I can't make another life. You know, so I want my woman, no matter what she's done or how much she's taken, you know, it's irrelevant. And you can see, we've started with nothing here. I mean, nothing.
Started on Cody, you had 20 mil or something.
No, I mean, when Dee and I first started, when I moved here, we started with nothing. I mean, I worked for crop production, she did, we built an empire together.
Right.
In 2015, we ventured off in Manchester and bought a 1,500-acre vegetable farm. You know, and it damn near fucking bankrupted us. I mean, up until then, there was nothing that we couldn't do in Concord. But we did that one, and that one kicked my ass. You know, I'll tell you right flat out, it kicked my ass. About $20-25 million possibly.
The employees are pissed at her, they're the cause of all the problems around here with the drama and stuff. That's the message we have. So that, you know, we heard a strong person.
So there's you look on my phone and you're gonna see, you can back to the text message. young so that you could represent her and you can take care of and you guarantee that you would be? I mean, that's the only thing that would take me off of he is he has to pay the obligation that we stuck our neck out and said, Doug, do this for her. But, you know, she got out of it and he's paying it now. But as far as him having to apologize to her for what he does in his personal time, I mean, and she was mad because I didn't agree with everything.
Would she check herself into being in the hospital?
Oh, I mean, it's been brought up several times in the past that my wife is bipolar, and if she hears that word, oh my God, that's not as mean to say around females.
I know I learned that one.
No, and I think, personally, I think she does have a lot of mental problems, but I mean, if you look, we all have our problems.
So that question, do you think, did she get to that thought? Be right
I
now?
don't know. I hope to God she didn't get to that level, but if she was, I hope to God that she would check herself, but I don't think she would. You know, because she is, in denial so bad.
So is this that hard? How strong are you now?
She's probably 3 or 4 times in her marriage. I remember one time I go home, she had gone out laying on the bed crying, and I don't know if she wanted attention, or it was an attention thing, or she's actually,
Now with us and everything we've done, how much stronger now? If you were totally against it before, affair, or with guy or not?
I'll fight that to the end, but no, I don't think she's married.
No, you're not getting anywhere. That's
Well,
what these no, I appreciate you.
You know, so I told her that I would work hard, and I says, we got married for better or for worse. I says, do you still love me? She couldn't tell me no, but she couldn't tell me yes either that night. I looked her square in the eyes and she's crying. I said, I love you no matter what. It's never gonna change.
And I'm sorry, what night was this?
This was Saturday.
Okay, so you guys-
Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah.
Because you're still love me.
Yeah, thank you.
So, but I told her, I said, you know, she's sitting around and she worked the cellar, and I said, it's not your decision to take the cellar. It's not. This is ours, it's not yours. But she wouldn't say that, you know, she wouldn't come out and say that she didn't love me, she wouldn't come out and say that she did. So that was different than a normal argument too, because normally she always would say yes, and she'd be quiet about it. But, I mean, I've been through one of those. I sure as hell don't want to go through another one, no matter what. It's not worth it.
Did you harm her wife?
No.
And it does.
Your Honor, I believe this would be a good time if the court wishes to stop. I know it's a half an hour early, but the next body cam we want to play is approximately an hour and 5 minutes long.
That's correct. I've been monitoring the times.
All right, well, it doesn't make much sense to start a video and stop halfway through, so why don't we break for today then? The court is not open on Monday, so our next day will be Tuesday, and we'll start again at 9 a.m. And you get to hear the instruction on not talking to anyone one more time. During the trial, please do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. And with that, we will see you back on Tuesday morning. 9 a.m.